Vilnius University from Vilnius, Lithuania, and I'm greeting everyone in Ukraine, in UK, or across the globe, watching us and joining us at the International Scientific Conference, organized jointly by Vilnius University Faculty of Law, Newcastle University from UK, and Ivano Franko National University of Lviv, Ukraine. 24th of February 2022 marks the tragic date in the history of humankind. And 21st century, the war in Europe nobody has expected, raises a lot of concern and tragedies around those events are something we will be suffering and discussing the years ahead. Today, to commemorate this event and to analyze from the legal perspective, political perspective, those events, we are jointly organizing this conference, and I hope that spectators and listeners on YouTube, on Facebook page, will be satisfied with our scientific insights and researches we will be elaborating and highlighting. So today I would like to present the speakers of the conference and organizers of the conference. And as I told you, the conference is organized by three institutions, and will be joined by a lot of prominent experts and researchers, and welcome speech will be delivered by the research vice rector responsible for research at Lviv University, Mr. Serhiy Rizhnik. But before that, I would like to draw your attention to several important details. The listeners and participants of the conference are free to pose the questions to the participants, to the speakers. On the Slido platform, you can see below the link here, and I'll be happy to moderate this scientific discussion. As you can see from the program, we have several sessions, 2 sessions and panels in those sessions. Please feel free to pose the questions in Slido, and we will be able to send those questions to the people who are able to answer them. So we will be starting shortly with our agenda, but before that, as promised, I'll give you the floor to the Serhiy Rizhnik, Vice Director for Research, Teaching and International Cooperation at the Ivano Franko National University, Lviv. Serhiy, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much, Thomas.
The floor is yours.
If I may, thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. Really, it's a great honor for me today to participate in this conference, and I'm happy that we gathered today despite war and all the difficulties and challenges we still face. And I'm happy, dear colleagues, that our universities represent academic communities and nations, both academic communities and nations, which have expressed from the very beginning of this war 1 year ago their strong condemnation of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And really, unfortunately, during these days and months, 12 months of this war, when Russian Federation continues to commit an insidious and completely shameful attacks on our country, I'm sure that every citizen of Ukraine, as well as every citizen of any other free country, and Lithuania, of course, and Great Britain especially, as well, feels obliged to join this fight against the aggressor, and each in his own way. And therefore, it is very important that our academic communities are actively involved in this task. And of course, we understand that the future of Ukraine and of European Union and Great Britain will be determined by the decisions made and today and in the future by Ukrainians and European community together. And I want to thank, of course, our colleagues one more time for their incredible support. Especially I want to thank our Lithuanian partners for a very successful program of double degree, master diploma, international and European law. I assure you that we university will continue to make every effort to develop this program in the future. And from our side, very strong and powerful team is working on this program, led by Professor Mikiewicz, who demonstrates really incredible results in this field. And of course, Ukraine's integration into the European space, we all understand this, is impossible without complete rejection of Russia's presence in all spheres of our life, our universities, including the mental space of our societies. And unfortunately, we Ukrainians had to feel this on our own bitter experience, and therefore now the main priority for our nation is not only to consolidate our friends in Europe and to consolidate European integration aspirations in Ukraine, but also to assert our national identity, which for centuries was under the oppression and harassment of Russia and suffered from the imposition of unnatural and alien culture, language, in all its complexity. And now European integration means for us the need to defend our native land for the welfare and of the whole Europe. And therefore, the importance of combating Russian influence and the spread of the principles of so-called Russian world can hardly be overestimated. And we work very hard with our partners to do all our best from the first days of the war to spread this understanding and this important mission. So we are actively also working to limit the expansionary policy of the aggressor state, their centers of so-called, as I mentioned, Russian world. And at the beginning of the full-scale invasion last year, on 24th of February, we sent letters to all rectors of our partner universities and were pleasantly surprised by the large number of response. And the support of our friends gives us inspiration to the struggle and inspires us to new achievements. So for most of these responses gave us this inspiration, and most of our partner universities have already refused to cooperate with Russia in any format. So in this field, I am sure that we have to remember that along with our national principles, along with European integration values, there are universal human principles that move the world towards progress and development, principles that guard the peace and prosperity of the civilized world, respect, mutual assistance and support. And as long as there are those who believe in them, we will not be afraid of any challenges. So I once again thank you very much for your support, and I'm sure that your work today during this conference will be very fruitful and productive. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Vice Rector, dear Sergei. I think your inspirational welcome speech will be heard among our participants and among our those who are watching us live. We hope for quick success, and we hope that we will be able to create safe Europe, and Europe where Ukraine will find the right place in the prosperity, security, and in the protection of all human rights and freedoms. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I'm turning now to the program of our conference, and as you can see, we have several sessions devoted to the different aspects of the aggression against Ukraine from a legal perspective. And in the first session, first panel, we are proposing to discuss the role of international organizations in treating this type of aggression and violence in Europe. Here we have slight changes in the program. Ambassador Andrius Namavičius is not able to join us on the short notice. He actually is working very actively in international organization, Council of Europe, and a lot of events are preventing his presence today with us. But I think the Ambassador Vaidotas Verba will step in and fill the program here. Dear Ambassador, welcome to our conference. Welcome to your alma mater, Vilnius University. And I'll give the floor to you. And your topic is the year of the war in Ukraine, the role of international organization. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Well, dear Thomas, so nice to see you. Well, although from distance, and Indra as well. So thanks very much for inviting me to speak. Well, I'm really, happy, but I to be a part of this conference and also of this panel. but immediately I can tell that I'll be probably least academic in comparison with all of you, because I even not consider myself an expert, but I consider myself as a diplomatic practitioner, because I do every day what I have to do. But nevertheless, the topic and the time which we're discussing are extremely relevant. Well, but before I start with my considerations, I simply want to say that today in Vienna, diplomatic community, we all are Ukrainians. So look, we will be today. It will be a couple of important events. It will be permanent council, an informed permanent council, and also parliamentary assembly, where we also somehow participating, and there is a decision to be that all of the ambassadors will be yellow blue, dress yellow blue. So that's it's not by accident. So this is a really show of solidarity that today we all are Ukrainians. So, but let me start about something about the international organization. In time for international organizations today, is least to say, is very, very difficult, really, because the erosion of the international system, erosion of the trust is visible, and I face it every single day. And I talk with the colleagues every single day. Not only we complaining about to each other that how bad it is, but we are thinking, and we're trying to think what we can do all together to make this multilateral system work. That it doesn't work, it's evident. Neither of the international organizations was able to prevent the war. So this is a fact which you simply have to admit. But of course, international organizations, whatever it will be, United Nations, OSCE, or some others. So these are not just about the preventing war. Of course, security and preventing wars is one of the major tasks of them, but nevertheless, this is not the only task. As you perfectly know, as Cicero said, that inter arma silent musae, muses are silent during the war. So, and one of the interpretations of this quote is that muses, like creativity is put aside during the war. And this is what we need right now. It's exactly opposite. Creativity has to be upfront. Creativity has to be the one which allows us not only to repair international system, but also to suggest something what could work after this war will be over. So to a certain extent, we are at the threshold of the new arrangement. We don't know what kind of arrangement it will be, but we are at the threshold. And I extremely happy that academicians, I told this to Indra during the last our conference last year. So I thought that academicians should be also taking strong responsibility and bear the strong voice in voicing views what this system should be. Not only practitioners say nothing about the politicians, because we here in Vienna, we do work also with the politicians, with the diplomatic diplomats, professional diplomats, and I see the limitations of all these groups of people, So therefore, academicians, I think so, academical pillar is very much important pillar in this. About international organizations, a very simple question, because I'm probably will be not the first one who will say why these international organizations are needed, because they were not able to deliver. They were not able to deliver anything. So right now we are just, talk is cheap. You're just talking, doing nothing. So, and of course, I don't want to say that they are completely not right, but when I put this question to myself, why we need international organizations? There is another one quote by, maybe even more known quote by Cicero, that inter arma inem silent leges, that during the war, laws are silent. And this is exactly what we don't need now. From my perspective, from our perspective, during the war, laws should prevail. International laws should prevail. And this is the only way to get most vulnerable, be it people, individuals, or countries, to be protected. And from my, to me, this is probably shortest explanation why international organizations are needed, that voices should be heard and the rights should be protected. Also, when the obvious violations of international law happen against countries, against individuals, we definitely, the first word which comes to your mind is accountability. And I probably, it will be other speakers will speak, because it's maybe, well, the accountability right now is probably could be one topic for the full conference, not just for the one, but as we speak right now, the accountability is most important word we are talking. And we have to urge that implementation of the laws during the war must, really. This is indispensable part. To protect all these laws, you need something. How you do this. Individual countries, be it small, be it big, in my view, simply cannot do it alone. For that, we need joint effort. And the joint effort is some kind of international gatherings. Unfortunately, well, the current system, international system or international order, which was formed after World War II in 1945, and then et cetera, we clearly see the limitations and the weak points of it. We clearly see. For example, I'm here representative of Lithuania to many international organizations, but those organizations which have a so-called culture of consensus. So already for a second year, it's impossible to take any decision, be it political, be it administrative, or whatever kind of decision. It's impossible. And because of what? Because of the one or two or three countries' participation. So most, I could never imagine in my life that participation, which normally has to be a strength of the organization, right now became a weakness of the organization. Because, well, it's no need to say that right now the consensus, well, the principle of consensus is became practically a veto right for those who want to use this, in this way. It's clearly misused, and our organizational structures and our even culture of doing business in this organization allow for that. So in my view, this has to be changed. This has to be changed. Obviously, to make all these changes, again, you need decisions. So therefore, we are in pretty awkward situation when changes are needed and these are visible, in order to prove, again, relevance of the international organizations and also ability of international organizations to act. But in order to enable ourselves, you have to take another decisions which allows you to overcome all these negative trends which are related with the so-called participation of certain states. So it's a hell of a task. So I would not want to expand, just share with you too many, I would say, ideas, because there are ideas. Together with my colleagues, we work here every single day in order to try to find out what de facto could be done right now to make these organizations working. And it's obviously for that you need very much collective effort. You need not only collective effort by the member states, participating states, but also from the international bureaucracy. Because I don't need to say you that international bureaucracy is most inertic part of the whole puzzle. You know, it's very huge inertia of the whole processes when you have to, but nevertheless you have to convince, you have to work together in order to make these organizations working again. I also mentioned that conflict prevention or war prevention is not the only role of international organizations. There are many international organizations which have a different, which play different roles, and in my view, it will play different roles when the war is over. For example, okay, just coming to the most actual, set of news, President Zelensky 10-point peace plan. So whatever plan it is, somebody has to implement it. Whatever plan it is, somebody has to monitor implementation. And therefore, the organizations which are right now look like, helpless or less relevant, like, for example, OSCE, is probably the only organization fit for that, because it has all capacity, it has experience, and it has, ability to and the instruments to do it. So if you, when we talk about the humanitarian aid, when we talk about accountability, all these organizations are ready to do their own share. Well, again, another one example, when we talk about the accountability, or when we talk about the crimes of against the war crimes, etc., etc. As we speak, at least as far as I know, there are several organizations which are trying right now to collect, evidence for future courts. For evidence for future courts are again not enough just to have an evidence. You have to have prosecutors, you have to judges, because, well, probably we wish all of us that. Right now there's calculation that about 50,000 possible war crimes were committed by the individuals and the groups of people in Ukraine by Russians, but nobody probably expects that all 50,000 will go to The Hague. Hague would explode from all these. So I think some majority will be tried in Ukraine and in Russia probably. So for that, you need, of course, you need, facts, evidence established, and then you need, investigators, prosecutors, judges to be trained for that. So, and all these organizations, including, for example, OSCE, which is through ODIHR and others, Council of Europe, Andrews had to speak as well. So these are the organizations which are able to cope with this task, to deliver this task. When I speak about the erosion of the international order, I have not only in mind work of international organizations, because international order is based usually on commitment. You have, set of commitments. Well, most of probably known. This is the Helsinki Final Act, and all the others following after, commitments, which in ideal case have to be upheld, observed, and but certain countries are not. All of a sudden, we found that countries are not committed. So, what are we going to do with this? So it means that we look like to international organizations from the national perspective, that we are here and organizations are there somewhere. But all the international organizations are us. We are either participating states, or we are member states, or we are, groups or blocks, etc., etc. We are them. So how do we do to increase, this collaboration between each other in order to be able work together on common goal? Today maybe sounds very much unrealistic and even macabre, but I think so. This is the only way. This is the only way. We have to work with each other, in the capitals, and to generate and somehow motivate further, political figures, politicians to work together. Because right now, when I look at the many international organizations, the value of for many countries is how strong your voice is heard on international stage. From my point of view, the strength of international organization and our responsibilities, how strong we can do something together. So my voice could be very, not important, but if I'm able to contribute to the common goal, this is the value. So, in other words, I think that because of this massive, erosion and distrust to each other, we were not able anymore to work together. So we have to learn to do it anew. By the way, when I was very much, happy that some of the speakers after me will speak about the Ukraine's future membership to the European Union. So, because when you look, I would say, again, maybe it's very much incorrect, or maybe very much, rough example, but when you look at the EU and international organizations from this ideological, philosophical point of view, EU is like bears some kind of integration philosophy. Therefore, there are certain rules, there are observations, there are mechanisms, etc., etc. So many of the international organizations are more like cooperation platforms. It's not integration, but cooperation platforms. There is, I argue, there's to me, it's a slight but still difference. How to bring to the international organizations more integration. Besides cooperation, we have to bring more integration efforts. And I think so, why I think Ukraine's and probably Moldova's and, membership process of membership to the European Union negotiation is a very right sort of method, and maybe a very good example for all of us, just to, I would say, to use all possible experiences, how to work together, international organizations, and integrate ourselves, more integrated. Another one important thing, a question. I'm sure that in every country is this question: what we're gonna do, what we think we should do with the countries which are, I would say, not committed to our common values, are not committed to the commitments. So what are we going to do with them? Or how they're going to do further if they choose not to participate? Because in many, I'm sure that in many countries like Lithuania, like Ukraine, and many others, probably there are a lot of voices that we have to expel, suspend Russians and the others who obstruct things from these organizations. Is it correct? Is it right thing to do? I don't have a single answer to that, but certainly I'm the one who's proposing all the time practical steps how to limit influence of those countries. Well, first of all, right now, Russia in the international organizations. And expulsion, from my point of view, would, again, in my humble understanding, would simply destroy the notion itself of cooperation. Expelling something, when you expel someone and you vote for non-participation, you are not cooperating. It's something else. But how to create a viable mechanisms in order to make these limitations working? The influences or the possibility to influence decisions have to be limited of these countries. So, and in my view, here you don't need too many, or high-level decisions. These are some of them are lie very low and requires just practical adjustment. So, but even for practical adjustment, you need a also political will and joint cooperation, particularly by those countries who are committed to the democratic values and etc. My final point, because I also see a little bit of the clock. My final point is that today we, in many our countries, in our diplomatic services, in our political life, there is a tendency to trust only your closest friends and allies. Well, unfortunately, in international organizations, you have to work not only with the like-minded. So therefore, I also heard from our own politicians, from Lithuanian politicians, when they say that it should be organizations with a certain rules, strong membership, and strong set of etc. etc. Well, you probably, I would wish that the whole world will be like-minded, but unfortunately, at least today, world is not like-minded. So a good example, for example, is when we here in Vienna, when we launched against Belarus and Russia, so-called Moscow mechanism on violation of human rights in those countries. In OSCE, there are 57 countries, and the number which we can, I would say, attract and to initiate this mechanism is 45. If you go to the UN, of course, the vote of today is 141 in favor of the resolution, is probably considered to be a good result. But when we talk about the more or less unanimity, it's still far away. We are not there yet, and I don't know whether this result is going to be achieved in any foreseeable future. So therefore, when we talk about international organizations, I think we have to also bear in mind that we will be working not in the like-minded environment. We will work with those who have different opinions, different views, and maybe, I don't know, even different ways how to, some of them have different views how to achieve maybe the same goal, but with the different means and different, through different models. In order to be able to work in that environment, you definitely, of course, if you have good willing, if you have good intentions, you most probably be able to accept others' opinions, provided that these opinions do not go outside the international commitments, international law, and our moral values. To me, most difficult part of it today is that well, it sounds very Christian, but you have to love your enemy. You know, some point you have to simply know him and try to love him in a sense, not maybe in the direct sense, but simply to understand that he is also participant of this of the whole process, and if there is no time for him to convince now, maybe it will be time to convince him tomorrow. Obviously, I do not want to say that that in the current circumstances, when we are marking first year of this terrible war of aggression against Ukraine, you should love each and every one on the other side. But I think so. Time will come when you have to work with the representatives of whatever entity it will be after the war. So, and here I'm talking already as a diplomatic practitioner, and I see also, tendencies here in the international organizations that, well, this practical aspect of cooperation, of collaboration is present, and willingness is there, and the right people are probably here, but we need a very good and very right broad framework for this future cooperation. Well, let me stop probably here. I don't want to take much of everyone's time, but I think I humbly think that I was able to contribute to, at least for the beginning of this conference, and I will stay as long as I can, because there are many events right now outside. I have to run, but I'll stay as much as I can well, connected, and I want to also pose questions, to be asked questions, and to participate in the polemics. And with this, let me stop here, and with these words, I have to say that Slava Ukraini. And well, those from Ukraine, probably who do not know, I was, almost 5 years of OSCE representative in Ukraine. I spent very much, long time with a good friend. I'm still maintaining my contacts over there, so that's why I can feel myself not only today Ukrainian, but also more than that.
Thank you.
Even somebody say that even my family name is more like Ukrainian. So, but I'm true Lithuanian.
Thank you, dear Ambassador, for sharing your views and highlighting some limits and potentials of international organizations. This is something we also looking forward when we are expecting actions and mechanisms involved in solving the tragedy. But I would like to turn now to my very good friend Mikhailo Mikievich from Ivano Franko, National University of Lviv. He's the Vice Dean of the Faculty of International Relations. We have established very close connection to Lviv University, and Mikhailo was the face of Lviv University for us for a very long time. Mikhailo, the floor is yours, and we expect that you will talk about future candidates of the future membership and currently candidate status under war conditions. I'm talking about EU membership. Mikhailo, can you hear us?
I'm here, yes. Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you for friendship, for cooperation. And dear Professor Davulis, Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador Verba, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are hugely grateful for the possibility of having this conference. We thank our friends from Lithuania and the United Kingdom and other countries who stand with us today on this day faithful for Ukraine, and who have been standing with us during the whole year. In particular, I speak in recognition of our long-standing partners from the law faculty in Vilnius University, and all the Lithuanian people who give us their aid and unwavering support in this horrible war. The topic of our conference, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the year nobody expected, but we wish we had not had it written in the history books of Ukraine. And it is our duty to comprehend the reason why the international community, international order, failed to prevent one of the bloodiest war in the heart of Europe. My colleague, His Excellency Mr. Ambassador Verba, made detailed presentation on the roles of international organizations and their stance on the war in Ukraine. And I supported his idea that international organization has to be more integrated in face of modern challenges like crimes of aggression. My presentation is focused on the EU role and status in regard to Ukraine's membership in the European Union. The status serves as means for both ending the war and preventing it in the future. Currently, there are two most important objectives ahead for our Ukrainian community. Of course, to achieve victory in the war. Undoubtedly, victory is the first and foremost task, and the second one, to gain full EU membership. And these two objectives are certainly inseparable and interrelated. The 2019 constitutional definition of the European and the Euro-Atlantic course towards the EU and NATO puts the obligation on all the Ukrainian state bodies, with the president at the head of them, to act in full conformity with the realization of tasks that are crucial for Ukraine. The Russian-Ukrainian war has considerably sped up this process. On appeal, the candidate status was granted by the European Council on the 23rd of June 2022. The status which we received much faster than other states on account of internal political situation in the country, and its desire to join the EU, is a mandatory stage for accession in the European Union. It offers ample opportunities for the member state to participate in EU programs and funds, different finance opportunities, which in turn makes the country attractive for investors and facilitates internal reforms. It is common knowledge that our country wishing to join the EU has to meet and fulfill the so-called Copenhagen criteria established by the Copenhagen European Council. In particular, they stipulate the following requirements, for example, to possess the stability of institutions that guarantee democracy, the rule of law, protection, and respect for human and minority rights, political criteria. And of course, economic criteria and criteria to be able to ensure the obligation of membership in political, economic, and monetary union. In the further sessions of the European Council, these criteria were somewhat clarified and expanded, particularly through the lenses of the EU's capacity to accept and absorb a new member state. Additionally, a separate EU Commission document specifies 7 certain tasks for Ukraine. They must be fulfilled prior to the commencement of the official negotiations on Ukraine's accession to EU. Such tasks are the follows. First, to implement the judicial reforms on the Constitutional Court of Ukraine as regards the selection procedure of constitutional judges in line with the recommendation of the Venice Commission. In terms of completing this objective, Ukraine adopted a law on the procedure for the election of constitutional court judges. However, only one Venice Commission amendment on the number of Constitutional Court of Ukraine election commission members was taken into account. Second, to complete legislative procedures for the appointment of the High Council of Justice members and High Qualifications Commission of Judges of Ukraine members. The High Council of Justice has already commenced its work, and the first meetings on the dismissal of judges and other questions, including the Supreme Court, have been held. To intensify anti-corruption combat, it's a third point, in particular at the highest level, by means of active and effective investigations and the execution of administrative procedures on the state institution reforms. Over the short period of time, a number of anti-corruption verdicts came in. However, there is still the need to renew the National Anti-Corruption Bureau and elect its president. And however, some tasks the government still needs to accomplish to strengthen the effectiveness of anti-corruption bodies. First, it is time to restore the declaration of top official assets suspended after the full-scale invasion. Also, experts and international experts are waiting for steps to strengthen the institutional independence of the Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor Office and amend the criminal and criminal procedure codes of Ukraine. This coincides with the EU recommendations, which provided a list of such recommendations in August-September last year. The competition for the new head of NABU, which will surely be the main one in the EU assessment, is ongoing. However, the government began to insist on speeding up the selection of the head of NABU, which is undesirable, and it increases the speed of vetting candidates, including by the public, which will negatively affect the quality of such vetting. To ensure four steps to ensure that the national legislature against money laundering complies with the FATF Financial Action Task Force standards. To fulfill this objective, Ukraine has adopted a number of laws in this area. In particular, the law that determines the ultimate enterprise beneficiary and ensures transfer pricing. However, there is still a lot of work ahead in the bespoke field. There is also one remarks from experts. In November, during the second reading of the draft law on preventing and combating money laundering, MPs supported harmful amendments that weaken financial monitoring of public figures, contrary to FATF standards and the requirements of EU directive. The law has entered into force, and the lack of attention to this issue is a negative trend. In the enforcement sector, an interdepartmental working group at the Prosecutor General's office developed a draft of a overarching strategic plan for law enforcement reform. At the same time, the development of the law enforcement sector takes place in times of war. The Prosecutor General Office and pre-trial investigation agencies are now spending significant resources on investigating war and national security crimes. Ukraine has to introduce international society with new anti-oligarchic legislation to limit the undue influence of oligarchs on the economic, political, and social life of the country. In regard with this step, we saw an attempt to legally regulate the oligarch. More specifically, the definition of oligarch encompasses such necessary elements as media ownership or political parties financing. Ukraine has to complete the reform of legislation on the media role and importance in line with European standards. Ukraine adopted a media legislation approved by the Venice Commission. International experts evaluate the law favorably. The project was significantly revised before passing, taking into account the opinion of the EU and the Council of Europe, as well as the recommendation of national players. By the second reading, the provisions that could have weakened the mechanisms to protect the Ukrainian language and the national, cultural, and informational space were also amended. The reservations still exist, mostly come from media players who opposed media regulation in general. and Ukraine has to complete the reform and implementation of minorities legislation according to the Venice Commission recommendations. Minorities legislation largely meets the guidelines of the Commission. Ukraine has not encountered any large acute minority problems so far. It is implementation of all these priority measures that is prerequisite for Ukraine to enter the next stage of the accession to the EU. It was the EU monitoring subject in February 2023, and it will facilitate other internal reforms in our country. Interim assessment rated Ukraine's progress quite unfortunately low, 2.16 out of a total 5. However, it is an average indicator for 32 criteria, and by some of them Ukraine received 4, which is a high score. More importantly, it is in the areas such as customs union, foreign policy, energy and security policy, where Ukraine was quite remarkably evaluated. The assessment of our efforts is a preliminary one, and the EU will consider the final result in autumn 2023. As the Lithuanian President Gitanas Nausėda noted at the EU February summit in Brussels, Ukraine may anticipate the start of membership talks by autumn this year, provided that the relevant reforms are implemented. The EU expressed its support for peace formula for peace plan by the President Zelensky at the EU-Ukraine summit on February 2023. In particular, paragraph 9 of the formula suggests development a single and specific plan to re-establish security in Ukraine and in Europe. Moreover, as Putin in his recent speech confirmed the suspension membership in the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, peace talks are out of the question. And in 2022, we saw no hope and no spring, and we believe that in 2023, together with our friends and foreign partners, the whole democratic community, we will win our spring back. Let me once again thank my colleagues for their friendship and support. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikhailo, for your presentation of ongoing challenges for preparation to EU membership. And I turn now to Professor Dr. Rona Smith from Newcastle University. She will be presenting United Nations Human Rights Monitoring and Reporting System, and will also consider Ukrainian case in the discussed mechanisms. Rona, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed for the invitation to participate today. And as around the world, my thoughts are with the people of Ukraine at this terrible time, a terrible anniversary. My presentation is focusing on one element of the UN, and that is UN human rights monitoring and reporting. In particular, what I'm planning to look at, it's not going to work, is it? Ooh, okay. In particular, what I'm planning to look at is, I think the slides aren't working, so I'll just keep going. What I'm going to have a quick focus through is looking at the special, start again. What I want to look at is the UN system as monitoring, but also to look and see the extent to which there are early warning mechanisms, which is what the UN human rights system is meant to focus on. So look briefly at early warning issues, then look at gathering and recording evidence towards future accountability mechanisms, and finally conclude with some of the issues on lessons and looking forward. So firstly then, looking at the UN human rights monitoring mechanisms. There are many such mechanisms established within the UN over the last 75 years since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted. Obviously, We'll hear more later today about the UN Security Council, which was seized of the matter being use of force and threat of use of force, but also is seized in the other sense of unable to act due to the veto. So what I'll be looking at more will be the UN Human Rights Council, and briefly look at universal periodic review, special procedures, commissions of and the treaties which establish the entity should serve as an organism out of states have issues with or not issues or not there weren't aware it was happening.
Ivana, I'm sorry.
I don't think the screen, so just jump on this.
Ivana, we're experiencing some problems. We can barely hear you.
Is that better?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Right, sorry, apologies. Right, okay, oh gosh. Right, okay, so we shall have a brief look then at early warning mechanisms. One of the issues I looked at was universal periodic review, which is the only system by which all countries in the UN undergo monitoring of their human rights within the UN. It's a peer review system, so countries comment on other countries. And I thought it would be interesting to look at that to try to establish whether there's any evidence of problems, particularly with minorities, which is what Russia claimed, so great as to be a threat of potential military action. And what's interesting is in 2008, Russia and Canada made comments on minorities, particularly linguistic minorities, which were noted by Ukraine, but they didn't accept or they didn't support some of the comments on linguistic minorities and Russian language. But in 2012, there were very little comments made on that. And indeed, Russia welcomed a lot of the progress made in Ukraine and was more positive about it in its comments. The ones on the middle there, that's the only comments that were made by Russia. There were comments on minorities by other countries such as Armenia, Romania, Moldova, Turkey, Chile, Cambodia. Very little. The last UPR, there were more comments made by Russia, but at that point it was 2017, so it's after the military action in 2014 and the alleged self-determination and the annexation, so it's in a different position then, so there were comments made at that juncture. And there was some comments similarly on minorities made by other countries too. Oh, right. Moving on then to treaty bodies. The treaty bodies only consider countries that have accepted the human rights treaties. Ukraine has accepted a number of core human rights treaties, so there are comments made. And again, I've extracted the issues on minority rights, which was one of the ones that was raised. And looking at the treaty body reports in the lead up both to the 2014 action and also to 2022, there is very little evidence of any particular problems. There are concerns expressed about hate speech, threats and violence, some things about minorities, but nothing that's not common in many other member states. So there was very little that was likely to be challenging on that. Special procedures too. After the 2014 action, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues visited Ukraine, including visiting Odessa and Donetsk. And her findings as an independent expert focusing on minorities, again, found that there was relative hegemony, as I've said, and things, there was relative harmony and that there was not really any indication of serious tensions along national, ethnic and linguistic things which threatened the peaceful coexistence. She did emphasise that the developments in 2014 were problematic and therefore that the tensions had to be diffused, but there was no early warning, which is one thing that special rapporteurs were all primed to spot. And there was no evidence of that she found in her visits. Moving on then to the second main, looking at the gathering and recording of evidence for future accountability. There are many elements in the UN which are on human rights monitoring, which are currently engaged in this. The UN special procedure mandates can gather evidence, and many of them are doing so. I've got an example later on, but there are certainly many other examples of UN special procedures seeking visits and gathering information, which can be used for accountability. The Ukrainian government in 2014 invited UN Human Rights, the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, to visit and to try to monitor the position in the country. And that was the establishment of the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, which is based in Ukraine and regularly reports on the verified deaths, including civilians. Its mandate has tweaked a little bit since 2014, and they now regularly publish reports on the number of verified deaths, with the caveat the numbers are a severe under-reporting because they can't access some of the areas and they can't verify some of the reports. But they also give regular reports to the UN Human Rights Council, and a lot of their reports are very fact-intensive on verified reports of deaths and of incidents. And the most recent report is the one that's on the slide, looking at killings of civilians, summary executions, and a lot of the attacks in different parts of Ukraine. It ran as a conference room paper in February, so it's the next Human Rights session is when it's Human Rights Council session is when it's going to be considered. Also, another form of UN human rights monitoring for gathering and recording evidence for future accountability is a commission of inquiry. And in May 2022, in March, and then extended in 2022 in the special session, the UN established a commission of inquiry, and field trips have been undertaken in July and again in December to try to gather and record evidence. The mandate of the commission of inquiry, which is independent individuals, not UN Secretariat, although they support the mission, is to work with the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mechanism and to gather evidence of violations of human rights. So the two dedicated accountability and monitoring mechanisms are the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mechanism in Ukraine, which publicly reports on the human rights situation, particularly the conflict area, and the autonomous Republic of Crimea, and since 2022 has documented violations of human rights and humanitarian law by all parties to the conflict. And then the Commission of Inquiry, which complements their work, makes recommendations on accountability and identifies or seeks to identify those who are responsible. Special procedures also serve a role on accountability evidence gathering. The Working Group on Mercenaries visited in March 2016 and looked at the implementation of the Minsk Protocol, made recommendations on accountability for human rights violations by various armed groups in Ukraine and the territory of Ukraine, and also made recommendations on addressing the problems of impunity, investigation, prosecution, and the challenges facing Ukraine at that point in 2016, so after the first lot of armed intervention. Looking forward, to be brief, the UN does offer forum and a fora for monitoring and for accountability. Obviously, the General Assembly did suspend Russian membership of the Human Rights Council last year as well. In terms of early warnings, there arguably was some potential signs, but comparatively little concern was raised, and certainly nothing that would in any way justify responsibility to protect type scenarios or that were akin or similar to warnings that were evident retrospectively with hindsight when you looked at, for example, the situation in Rwanda and Yugoslavia and other areas of the world. Accountability, there are strong engagement at the moment with accountability, evidence gathering, monitoring abuses and combating impunity. But again, as was mentioned by the first speaker, you can gather the evidence, but you need the mechanisms to actually try to hold those responsible to account. And we'll hear more about that this afternoon, looking more at the international criminal side. A lot of that will be covered then. And just to highlight, there are, of course, a lot of other relevant human rights fora. We've heard some discussion about the Council of Europe briefly with the Ambassador, and His Excellency also mentioned the OSCE. So there are other mechanisms that can try to monitor. The EU, which we heard from the previous speaker, is also monitoring a lot of the situations. So there are options. They need to be utilised, and we need to try to move forward on trying to improve, I would agree, the UN human rights system, because at the moment it is in quite a bad way. But I've tried to be quick given the time limit, so I shall just finish there.
Thank you very much, Rona. Thank you for interesting presentation with a lot of details with regard to the situation around Ukrainian position from perspective of protection of human rights. And as you have pointed out, that all the claims, or the majority of claims and accusations from the aggressor sides are not supported by the evidences or documents. And this is important also, again, to stress that basically from international law perspective, there is not so much to talk as far as the violation on the Ukrainian side is concerned. So I'd like to turn now to your attention to the questions. We don't have so many of them, but still there are a few, and I understand that Ambassador has left us. That's why I will go maybe quickly to our other presenters and participants. And dear Mikhailo, I have the question to you, and I simply want to ask about sentiments from Ukrainian population, how they perceive European Union as a safeguard for their security, or the way towards progress, economic, social one. I mean, what drives Ukrainian people in their strive to membership to European Union? And another question goes to Rona. Dear Professor, could you please a bit explain us from United Nations perspective, from the monitoring mechanisms we have on hand, do you see any possibilities to look into the situation in Russian Federation as a potential violator of human rights? Because I think that, you know, we have this very nice saying that the black pot is screaming loudly about the cleanliness, but not that clean at home. So maybe you can comment how situation looks in Russian Federation, if you have some knowledge about it. Dear Mikhailo, we'll start with you. Okay.
Thank you, Thomas. The question is very interesting. First of all, I would like to say that the position of Ukrainian population is changed, of course, after the war. After this year, the position is different about membership in NATO or membership in European Union. Of course, the most our Ukrainians, most of our people voted and now votes for membership in European Union, about 80%. Now for these days, for new figures, about 80%. But if we compare the economic and political criteria of the membership, I would like to say that the main idea that Ukrainians vote and the Ukrainians struggle for not only European economic benefits, but for European values. It's common knowledge that the reason of revolution of dignity was not economic question, was the European values. The Ukrainian society struggled for access to European Union for that period, for signing an association agreement. And I think in the future the situation will be in the direction of that more and more people vote for and think and vote for European membership. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. But my question is, you expect, as a Ukrainian, you expect more for European Union to provide the security or economic and social well-being, if I may ask so directly?
Yes, yes.
What is the sentiment?
We understand that even for European Union, the main institution for security in Europe and in the world is NATO. And of course, we know that for us, very important membership in NATO, and we expect new ideas, new results from summer summit in Vilnius, NATO in Vilnius, and European Union. Of course, we know that membership in European Union is a question of security too.
Okay, thank you very much, Rona. I'd like to turn now to you. And
indeed, well, I think the point made by the question was one that was indeed reiterated by the Ukrainian government during the Universal Periodic Review in 2018, because in response to the critical comments and recommendations made by the Russian Federation, the Ukrainian government replied that most of these recommendations made by Russia are actually relevant to the parts of Ukraine occupied and annexed by the Russian Federation. So that point was actually made by them, and that it was in Crimea where the impunity and ethnic and religious discrimination were flourishing and education was being violated in native languages. And they also commented about the position with separatist groups in Donbass. So that was actually highlighted by the Ukrainian government themselves. More widely, in respect to the Russian Federation, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mechanism and the Commission of Inquiry are both documenting, as far as they can, verified evidence of human rights abuses by the Russian Federation within Ukrainian territory, construed as how the territory is not the reality at the moment necessarily, with some parts occupied, but the actual factual territory of Ukraine. The Commission of Inquiry is doing the same. The special procedures and treaty monitoring bodies also, when considering the situation in Ukraine, are trying to access and visit elements of the country that are under occupation where possible. And the treaty monitoring bodies look and take cognizance of the fact that there are areas that are occupied. So I think in terms of accountability, it is starting to appear in the UN monitoring documentation where the responsibility has been that of Russia for violations occurring within Ukrainian territory as it's been construed. So I think that is a very valid point, and it is one that is being monitored in the same way as has happened in other monitoring mechanisms when there's been incursions from one country into another. The question comes, and how do you then hold the Russian Federation responsible, which is what we're looking at later this afternoon in some of the sessions, because we do have the evidence there and it is tracked to the Russian responsibility for many of these human rights violations, many of which are also classified as war crimes and crimes against humanity, as we'll hear later.
Thank you, Rona. And we have still some times, and I would like also to further maintain a discussion with you too, hoping that other colleagues will also join us. In this year, maybe the question could be put in the broader context. In this year, we saw the bravery of Ukrainian people, the formation, the strong formation, strong sentiments for nationality, independence, and self-determination. So something we are admiring so much. Mikhailo, what do you think will be the biggest challenge ahead after the war, post-war, in post-war period? What do you think will be challenging problems for European people, for the nation as such, putting aside maybe some infrastructure restructuring things, and in terms of legal challenges and in terms of international relations?
Yes, thank you, Thomas. It's a very important question. We have now think to start, no, not start, but we have think strongly about future, about first days after war, and of course the situation is very bad in Ukraine, really, and we need a reunion of great territory. Russian armies destroyed many towns and schools and hospitals and other objects, and really we need a special organizational and structural and institutional efforts from European and the world society to support Ukraine in this situation, because we have we thank you very much for European countries where about 7 million Ukrainians now in this period during the war, and after that we think that we can return them to Ukraine, and we have a new job, and it's really now and there are many initiatives from Ukrainian authorities, from international authorities about common funds, common institution, common maybe special organizations for reunion of Ukraine. Thank you very much for this position and for this thinking. Thank you very much. It's very important for us.
Thank you, Mikhailo. Thank you, Rona Smith. Thank you, Mikhailo Mikiewicz, for joining us in this international conference first session, first panel devoted to the role of international organizations in dealing with the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Because we lost 2 speakers, that's why this discussion time could be shortened, and we can commence with our second panel devoted to international processes for holding Russia accountable for its international law violations. And we have here a wonderful list of speakers who are real experts, and I would like to start with our professor and vice minister at the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Lithuania, Gabija Grigaitė Daugirde. She is in the background of Lithuanian efforts to bring justice to Ukraine and to prosecute those responsible for aggression and for human rights violation and crimes against humanity. So, Gabia, you can join us, as I can understand. If you can hear us, please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. So first of all, good afternoon, dear colleagues, students, and of course, all the guests attending the conference or watching us online today. And yes, today it's 1 year has passed after the fundamental catastrophe on the rule-based order, and of course, the greatest threat to the survival of the nation occurred. 1 year actually after this crystal clear act of aggression has been committed by Russia against Ukraine, and it's still continuing today. So first of all, I would like to say thank you for the organizers of this important international conference, because only by our consolidated, of course, military, political, diplomatic, legal, but academic efforts also, by sharing our ideas, initiatives, we can fight back this unprecedented assault on international law-based order. And being deputy minister in the Ministry of Justice, but at the same time lecturing international law-related disciplines for more than 10 years, I honestly believe that the time has come for all of us to witness certain fundamental developments in international law towards more justice and peace. Because continuing large-scale bombings on civilian infrastructure and violent attacks on civilians, Ukrainian cities razed to the ground, have become the shocking reality of Europe that we have to deal with, and of course the reality of the rest of the international community that also has to cope with that. And this reality demands, of course, courage, unity, and tireless efforts of all of us in order to be able to stand against this continuing threat to international peace and security. And tireless efforts of Lithuania, of course, include legal warfare also, because from the very beginning, we realized that international law solutions, they do exist. Yes, they do take time to use them and to have the result, but affording international justice for Ukraine is crucial, because these legal actions will shape the so needed development of international law. So my topic for today is to briefly present to all of you Lithuanians' participation in legal processes initiated by Ukraine. So I would like to start with individual criminal responsibility for international crimes. And as you perfectly know, Lithuania was the first state to refer the situation in Ukraine to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court after the full-scale aggression against Ukraine started. And this step was followed later on by 43 countries around the world. And this unprecedented mass activation of Rome Statute proves that criminal justice response is seen by these states as the most important tool for accountability and justice, because, as we all perfectly know, International Criminal Court was established with the main objective, that is, of ending impunity and affording justice for victims of unimaginable atrocities amounting to international crimes and threatening the peace, security, and well-being of the world. The investigation regarding war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide committed in Ukraine is open, and I want to believe that with additional financial support and additional human resources being afforded by different countries, International Criminal Court proves that justice can come without the delay. Me and Minister of Justice of Lithuania met ICC prosecutor Khan in person last spring, and he personally believes that justice delays, justice denies, and he fully understands the high expectations that all of us have towards him and the institution he represents. Realizing the scale and complexity of the ICC investigation in Ukraine, and of course respecting the independence of the court, Lithuania last year made an additional financial contribution to this court, as well as the annual payment, and is still considering of making another additional voluntary contribution this year. International law solutions will not fail if states do not allow them to fail. And that is why during the Assembly of State Parties to the Rome Statute, Lithuania actively supported budget increase of the ICC, and moreover, last year Lithuania delegated an investigator to the ICC who works in Ukraine's situation, and we plan to prolong this position at least till 2024. At the same time, we must not forget that primary responsibility for fighting impunity in cases of international crimes being committed rests on national jurisdictions. That is why Minister of Justice, at the very first days of aggression against Ukraine, addressed the General Prosecutor's Office of Lithuania, asking to start investigation into international crimes, including crime of aggression, on the basis of universal jurisdiction. Investigation has been started, and as you also know, joint investigation team, so-called JIT, was established with Lithuanian leadership, at the moment having 8 members, including ICC. And second, very important and awaited evolution within Eurojust and JIT format is that International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine will be established in The Hague in the coming months. And this means that in the end, accountability for the crime of aggression will prevail over impunity, as Putin with his company will be brought to justice. Establishment of the center proves that existing legal gap in the case of the crime of aggression against Ukraine has been acknowledged, and we have managed to move from political declarations to very concrete legal actions, leading to the establishment of the Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression. I personally consider it as being a huge achievement, because less than 1 year ago, when we had international conference here in Vilnius, that was devoted for the accountability issues in the case of the crime of aggression, only Lithuania and Poland had no doubts that additional international legal mechanism, that is, special tribunal, is needed to ensure accountability. Today, as we also heard, President of EU Commission Ursula von der Leyen not only has no doubt, but fully supports establishment of such a tribunal with the support of the UN. International law solutions do take time, but accountability for the crime of aggression is a top legal priority that must not be lost in trying to find a legal perfect solution, because this time perfect solution does not exist, as Russia is sitting with its veto power in UN Security Council. And there is no clear precedent to follow this time also. But most important developments in international law, including international criminal law, they took place after events shaking the conscience of the international community that led to the understanding that if the law cannot afford justice, it has to change. International law cannot afford more protection to the aggressor state, more than it protects the victim state and its people, more than it protects neighboring states, more than it protects core values of international law, and of course, fundamental principles of the whole international community. And this is the message that Lithuania keeps repeating in the informal interstate core group for the establishment of the tribunal, and of course, on the other high-level meetings. No doubt that legitimacy and broadest international support must be ensured for such a tribunal, and for that, UN General Assembly track is most fitted, because only by creating a fully fledged international tribunal with a very clear international personality following UN General Assembly recommendation, we can fight impunity, we can override immunities afforded by international law, and at the same time prove to ourselves that international law is still able to afford international justice. Next, I must emphasize that, of course, not only individual criminal responsibility is an important matter, because Russia's state responsibility for breaches of international law must be established. Lithuania was among the first states requesting the International Court of Justice to intervene in the case initiated by Ukraine against Russia concerning the application of the UN Genocide Convention. Russia, using propaganda methods on the highest level, keeps communicating alternative international law on the most obvious way. Wherefore, by consolidated efforts, we have to make sure that no UN Genocide Convention, neither other fundamental legal documents of the international community are misused and abused to justify the aggression. Just recently, Lithuania has provided comments to the ICJ on the objections of Russia raised concerning Lithuania's intervention into the case. And from the progress that ICJ has made so far, we want to believe that by the end of the year, we might have ICJ decision on jurisdiction in this case initiated by Ukraine against Russia. Because unprecedented involvement of 33 states around the world, including Australia, United States of America, and a huge amount of European states asking to intervene into this case, demands extraordinary approach also. And at the same time, proves to all of us that Lithuania, together with these states, are on the side of international law, are on the side of Ukraine, and on the right side of the history. And being on the right side of the history also demands making sure that aggressor pays for damages, because fundamental principle of international law is that responsible state has responsibility to make full reparations, including material and moral damages. For this reason, the register of damages is to be created, as you all know, also after the adoption of UN General Assembly resolution last November, and The Hague is being considered as the possible home for this register, in which claims of damage in Ukraine caused by Russian aggression will be recorded. Broad international political and financial support for this mechanism, as well as for the special tribunal for the crime of aggression, would send very clear signal to the aggressor that such brutal violations of international law will not go unpunished and will not be left for the history to be washed away. And Lithuania is constantly putting diplomatic efforts that this broad support is being built up. And of course, consolidated efforts will also be needed to make sure that we have resources to compensate all the damages made by Russia's aggression. And Lithuania, as well as other EU member states, we are still looking for legal and legitimate solutions, allowing to confiscate frozen assets of sanctioned persons and use them for damage compensation and restoration of Ukraine. So I also hope that maybe during this conference, ideas and possible solutions from academics and practitioners could also serve as a guidance for us to be quicker with finding these solutions. Finally, another for the victims of aggression, especially important legal path is, of course, at the European Court of Human Rights, because Lithuania and 24 other countries have requested to intervene in the case initiated by Ukraine against Russia, And last week, as you also probably know, the Grand Chamber decided to join these two cases, one concerning Ukrainian government's allegations of mass and gross human rights violations committed by Russian Federation in its military operations since 24th of February, and the other case initiated by Ukraine and Netherlands concerning complaints related to the conflict in eastern Ukraine involving pro-Russian separatists and including, of course, the downing of MH17. This case will create a clear legal basis for victims to request the satisfaction and damages caused by Russia's aggression, war crimes, and other international crimes. It will have definitely an impact on all national proceedings that will follow concerning the violation of conventional rights and claiming for damages. And that is why understanding that all these judgments, they will have to be implemented, because then the justice will not be felt by Ukrainian people. We also have to start looking for effective measures that would lead to the implementation in practice. As now, for example, we are witnessing how the last ruling of the ICJ in the genocide case on the interim measures is absolutely disregarded. And sooner or later, we will also have individual criminal judgments from the possible tribunal, from the ICC and national courts on the basis of universal jurisdiction, the implementation of which in practice will greatly depend on the courage, of course, support, unity, and effective cooperation of like-minded states. And just to finish, and understanding that my time has run out, I would like to conclude quoting Nelson Mandela today, who believed that action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming, but vision with action can change the world. And international peace and security is still at stake. So wherefore, states having the vision of international peace and international justice must continue to consolidate its legal actions, support Ukraine by all possible means, including weapons, so that in the result, we really can change the world we are still witnessing today. That is, with 1 year continuing unjustified aggression in Europe by the permanent member of UN Security Council against independent state of Ukraine. So thank you once again for inviting me today. And I look forward, of course, to hearing presentations of other outstanding speakers of today, and of course, the discussion that would follow. Thank you again for all of you.
Thank you very much, Gabija, for your very informative and inspiring presentation of Lithuanian efforts to bring justice in these circumstances. I have already the question for you, but the question time will come a bit later. So please stay with us if it's possible. Now I'd like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Igor Zeman, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of International Relations of Lviv University, to talk about the world's responsibility, world's duties to act in Russia's wars against Ukraine. Igor, can you?
Many thanks, Professor Davulis.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, let me thank you one time more for your presence, for your big work on several fronts in political background too. It is important to us also discuss the problem of war and the main features of this aggression against Ukraine in academic audience too. Let me start with my presentation to the topic "World Responsibility to Act in the Russia's wars against Ukraine." So I wish consider your attention to several important points. First of all, I wish to discuss the issue of terminology war and armed conflict in the current situation, and as a whole, I wish to pay our attention to the famous procedure which we are just using, uniting for the peace. I wish to consider to some cases during last decades, as I called Russia's path to the extremism in 20th century and 21st century, and later to analyze features of Russia's wars against Ukraine, and last idea about world responsibility to act, which I think is developed by us, by international society, by international society of civilized nation as new doctrine. United Nations Charter guarantees that the Security Council has primary responsibility in the maintenance of international peace and security, and underlined the role of the General Assembly relating to the maintenance of international peace and security. In 1992, Russia, as a permanent member of the Security Council and one of the guarantors of world peace, launched an invasion on the scale far exceeding its earlier military actions in the post-Soviet era. In the conflict, it triggered has both as interstate character and represents a sheer act of aggression. The day Russia launched its military invasion of Ukraine, the 24th of February 2022, marked the beginning of the most difficult period in our Ukrainian history. Russian invasion should be qualified as an act of aggression, as a breach of international jus cogens norm, and at the same time as current international erga omnes obligation, but also demands that the term war be expressly applied. The legal qualification of acts, including clearly indicating their illegal nature, is of significant moral importance. The term war is appropriate to describe an armed confrontation between states, but international law does not include a legal definition of war, as prescribed in the form of norms. The application of the provisions of the Geneva Convention of 1949 is not questioned and follows immediately after the actual start of hostilities, and that states do not hide behind the lack of legal definition of the term war. War has primarily negative connotations. It is an emotionally charged term that conveys a sense of tragedy and thus indirectly stigmatizes the aggressor. The researcher lists the following three basic features of war: a prior and unequal notification of the initiation of hostility steps. This is it mirrors the Article 1 of the Hague Convention relative to the opening of hostilities of 1907. The breaking of diplomatic relations with enemy states, it is the second element of basic features of war, and the third is the expiry of bilateral international agreements, mainly in the political format. In response to the abuse of veto rights by permanent members of the Security Councils in 1950, the General Assembly passed Resolution Uniting for the Peace. This mechanism allows the functions of the Security Council to be performed to some extent by the General Assembly, an organ in which no state has a veto. Everybody in academical circles knows the issue of this mechanism, but current doctrine emphasizes the role of the General Assembly in maintaining international peace and security, in relation to which the role of the Security Council is of secondary importance, as is evidenced by Article 11 of the Charter, which constitutes a more specific version of Article 10, focusing explicitly on the peacekeeping function itself. It likewise highlights the fact that, with regard to the competences of General Assembly in questions, there is no mention of the word action in the Charter, unlike in the case of Security Council. It leads to the conclusion: the problem is not to be solved by simple formats, but two considerations may be advanced. On the one hand, it is probable that there should be a presumption that an organ of the United Charter is acting constitutional. On the other, as a matter of policy, organs should take the greatest care to ensure that resolution as arising or ordering measures involving the use of force should be clearly and firmly based on the provisions of the Charter. Concerning the ability of the United Nations to reduce and halt hostilities in Ukraine, there are many legal arguments to the effect that the paralysis of Security Council caused by the veto of one of its permanent members does not in principle prevent the General Assembly acting in its full capacity in its stead. The first such argument lies in Resolution 1950, which stipulates that the General Assembly may recommend the use of armed force, while the nature and manner of such force are not specified. The second argument might be sought to expose a weakness in the competence of the General Assembly. Namely, it does not have the authority to make decisions, but only to issue recommendations. However, it should be pointed out that within this framework, the following procedure is possible. The General Assembly issues a recommendation to the member states to engage in armed action against an aggressor. But the implementation of this recommendation is not based on the provision of Article of Charter 7 of the United Nations Charter. That is a part of a collective security system, but rather is pursuant to Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. That is the act of collective self-defense. When the measures provided in Charter 7 of the United Nations Charter cannot be implemented to combat aggression, states can effectively replace them by coordinating non-United Nations sanctions in the areas of finance, trade, transport, communication, or elsewhere. I wish to point your attention to three conflict with the participation of Russia. It is Russia-Chechen war, it is Russia-Georgian war, and it is our war, war of Russia against Ukraine. Chechnya's attempts to declare independence led to the first Russian-Chechen armed conflicts during 1994-1996, which was de facto perceived as a conflict with separatists and thus deemed non-international. The second, but everybody can mention that Russia signatures a peace agreement with Chechnya after this first war. The second Russia-Chechen war, 1999-2009, was waged primarily as anti-terroristic operation. In the case of Chechnya, the United Nations dealt only with the issue of human rights violations, and no resolution of Security Council or the General Assembly were adopted, which qualified Russia's military action in the light of the public international law. Similarly, in 2008, the Security Council and the General Assembly failed to pass any resolution recognizing Russia's military actions as an act of aggression on Georgian territory. On the other hand, Russia justified its invasion of Georgian territory by invoking the first right of self-defense of Russian citizens and the need to protect a peace contingent. Neither the General Assembly nor the Security Council was able to recognize Russia as an aggressor in Ukraine in 2014. Resolution adopted by the General Assembly on the 27th of March 2014, territorial integrity of Ukraine, only affirms its commitment to the sovereignty, political independence, unity of territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is a very important point, but General Assembly calls upon all states to desist and refrain from actions aimed at the partial or total disruption of the national unity and territorial integrity of Ukraine, including any attempt to modify Ukraine's borders through the state or use of force or other unlawful means. Dear colleagues, I have just read the words of official document. Please answer the question. Which parties are there? Where is the word Russia? Only after, in this period, Russia began its occupation and supported alleged separatists in the Donbass. The international community believes that it was able to check Russia's ambitions within the framework of the Minsk agreements and gave Russia the status of participant in the trilateral contact group. The resolution of General Assembly of the 2nd March 2022 declared inter alia that Russia had committed an act of aggression against Ukraine. A series of resolutions follow after it. Resolution adopted by the General Assembly of 24th March, humanitarian consequences of the aggression against Ukraine, territorial integrity of Ukraine, defending the principles of the Charter of the United Nations of the 7th of October 2022, furtherance of remedy and reparation for aggression against Ukraine of the 7th November 2022, and another resolution at the regional level. But the Functioning of the collective security system depends on legal but also on military and political factors. In the case of the war in Ukraine, two factors, in our opinion, are decisive in this respect. Russia's possession of nuclear weapons, together with statements made by countries' leaders indicating their willingness to resort to their use, and a network of multiple and varied interests linking Russia with many economies around the world. Now we face a situation when the civilized international society has demonstrated extraordinary behavior as a model of hard reaction to illegal action. This unexpected year, the year of war, was last for thousands of Ukrainian civil and military. This year was sad and painful for all of us. But this year crystallized a real democracy national steam. And I believe, dear colleagues, we are witnesses of development of new doctrine in current international legal order. The doctrine of responsibility, of world responsibility to act together, all civilized nations, against beast state, against barbarian state, against terrorist states, against Russia. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Igor, for your presentation. And now the floor should be given to Associate Professor Indrė Isokaitė-Valužė from Vilnius University Faculty of Law. I would like to highlight the very important role of Indrė Isokaitė-Valužė because she was one of the most active colleagues who was not only researching issue but also organizing seminars, conferences and events at the law faculty, and this is really our scientific spokesperson as far as the international law issues are concerned. Indrė, thank you very much for your active involvement and organization of this conference, but I hope that you still have powder to give us your scientific insights on the topic, and your presentation has a very interesting title: Turning Crisis into Opportunity, Expecting Legal Changes to Respond to Russia's Aggression Against Ukraine. Indrė, the floor is yours.
Dear Thomas, thank you for the nice words, and dear conference participants, dear colleagues, may I first of all share my excitement and gratitude for an opportunity to be here with you, and just to take a minute to share my slides. And I would like to once more to reopen them in order I could move as planned. So I once more just try to reopen my slides. Or perhaps I will try to close them so that I could reopen. Apologize for this. We have so much time practiced, you know, before the conference, and I want to show you what I have prepared. And could you just please confirm that now they are on your screen?
No, it's perfect.
Very good. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And you know, I have many times recalled one writer who suggested that throughout the life we walk half blind, half deaf, but there always comes time to wake up. And this is definitely what the war in Ukraine means. This is definitely what the 24th of February is, and much has happened. So the war, the worst scenario, has become a lasting reality. And the law we used to trust as a guarantee of our right to live in peace and international security seemed to be, or proved to be, inflexible, underdeveloped, or perhaps at a natural need to be changed, as has happened many times before in the world's history. Russia's aggression against Ukraine, this is partly conventional, but also a hybrid war, information war, sometimes even balancing on becoming nuclear, has more recently proved to be also much the war of logistics. And all these years have been this year has been the year of violations, of huge atrocities, looting, humiliation, and death. And you know, initially I have even formulated the title of my presentation as a legal wind of change, but then I just deleted those words in order not to resemble a well-known song of Scorpions, Winds of Change, but war changes even lyrics, and the band announced that they also did that with the lyrics of this song, which was written then at the time of the end of the Cold War, and also in the eyes of the unification of Germany. And you know, preparing for the conference and again going all through the major events and also the photos that you see also on the slide, I wondered how many times we had a need of a legal change. We have once again witnessed that the UN institutional reform was close to become a lifelong story. We also sadly admitted that humanitarian assistance and humanitarian corridors are effective only when they are protected or supported by military force. And also we recognized that international community's commitment never again sadly repeated, and also the refugee flows, they activated new EU asylum mechanisms, and also the war proved not to open itself so easily the door, neither to international organization memberships nor to international courts. But Ukraine really did a great effort in standing still, in instituting proceedings before all international forums, courts, and this determination of Ukrainians, as you may see from the very first day, remained throughout the year. Determination to fight, to expel Russia from all formats, and to make no compromise once we come across the need to protect fundamental values and not to be afraid. And this determination of Ukrainians has made many things possible, including the unanimous recognition of the need of transformation. And yesterday, we also witnessed the General Assembly resolution on the call for withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine. So nothing is forever and nothing is for granted. There is only a circle of life. International law has many times changed, and in particular in response to crisis. And so the call for certain support as expulsion from certain formats have proved to be reality. Let to take a few examples of the UN Human Rights Council or the Council of Europe. I would also like to remind that international treaties is still the UN Charter, and all founding treaties of international organizations are subject to treaty rules of interpretation. They are also affected by countermeasures. And so this was also a very clear moment for transformation. As we see on the slide, presenting his priorities for the year 2023 on the 6th of February, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for an urgent action to achieve peace, economic rights, development, but above all, to act decisively before it is too late. In addition to what's on the slide, he also added that this is the closest clock has ever stood to humanity's darkest hour, closer than even during the height of the Cold War. The doomsday clock is the global alarm clock. We need to wake up and get to work, he said. And it's not a time for tinkering, it's time for transformation. And these inspiring words will be reflected in my presentation about the developments, if any, of international law throughout this year of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And so I will focus on the three topics. The first issue being the role of the General Assembly when the United Nations mission to ensure international peace and security is at stake. The second is what are the consequences of recognizing Russia as state aggressor, state sponsoring terrorism, or perhaps state terrorist itself. The third one and the last is the call for responsibility for the crime of aggression and possible models to do that, because there is a moral, political, and a legal need. And let me start with the first one. It's the role of the UN General Assembly. You know, the war raised different issues about the UN, and let me just remind you that even the membership, the seat of Russia within the Council of Europe was contested in the framework of state succession. I mean that after dissolution of the Soviet Union, perhaps Ukraine, not Russia, should have taken the seat. This, of course, deserves a separate discussion. But what was very clear is that the greatest promise of all times for international peace and security has been frustrated by the lack of determination, by the lack of political will. And these words of Mr. President Zelensky, even raising the idea or threat of the fate of the UN, perhaps even to be closed, shows us that, of course, in the UN's history, we had many examples of victories and also the failures of the UN, but between them, there also was crucial changes. And also we know the history of the predecessor, the League of Nations, including the expulsion of the Soviet Union for aggression at those times. And then we have the UN. And among those crucial changes, we had the right, for example, to act in condition of self-defense when we respond to terrorist threats. This also happened once and for the first time. And also in the UN history, we had the reform of the Security Council, which happened only once in its 77-year history, when General Assembly resolution was amended, the UN Charter, to expand the Council's non-permanent members from 6 to 10. Interesting that China then was the seat held by the Taiwan, was the only member who voted in favor. The US voted against, and still this were among those changes, institutional changes, that the UN reform is much about. Lately, we also had the mechanism for uniting for peace, allowing certain secondary responsibility for international peace and security when the Security Council is deadlocked. So the General Assembly should take residual responsibility. And this was done calling the 11th session in this particular case, in the war of Ukraine, and the General Assembly already adopted the current list that you may see on the slide of the resolutions. The last one yesterday with 141 votes in favor, was for withdrawal of Russian troops, and it was very similar to the very first one adopted at the very beginning of the emergency for uniting for peace emergency session a year ago. And despite the non-binding character of the UN General Assembly's resolution and also the residual responsibility for international peace and security, I would like to stress that General Assembly could do more, could not be merely like a moral sign or human consciousness or something which is not binding and something which is residual, because it's a crucial need for change, and it's a crucial need to uphold the principles of the UN Charter, because the UN Charter is also an international treaty. And the powers of the General Assembly should be subject to development, and the uniting for peace machinery also happened then for the first time. So law never gives the final limit to change, and the General Assembly is more democratic, and it better represents international community. And what I also would like to stress is that the general principles of law, the ideas inherent to the concept of law, I mean humanity, justice, equity, proportionality, these are known not only as the general principles in international law, which are used to fill in the gaps, they stem from the general concept of law. These principles of morality are also addressed by the International Court of Justice, and also these are the principles of Ukraine, as the President, Mr. Zelensky, put it nicely, that the victory should be that of the truth and that of the sovereignty of all independent nations. And let me now move to the second point of my presentation, is the consequences of recognizing Russia as the state sponsoring terrorism, as was done in many formats, the European Union and other international organizations, and not merely, well, limited to European ones. Despite the well-established principle of full reparation and a huge amount of damage to Ukraine's infrastructure, nature, and what is most sad, the human suffering, there is currently one major forum where Ukraine asked for redress. And sadly, again, it's a little bit limited because the basis for jurisdiction is the 1948 Convention for the Prevention of the Crime and Punishment for Genocide. But here on the screen, again, I would like to stress one of the resolutions of the General Assembly. It is an element of the global movement that all international community, each and every state, has a duty to act in order to remedy, in order to ensure reparation for victims of gross violations of international humanitarian law. And also among the list that I have just demonstrated, there is one resolution which recognizes and calls for reparation from Russia to be effectuated, and the fund, the special international mechanism for reparation for damage, should be established. And as Ukrainian Ambassador Sergei Kislitsky said at the United Nations General Assembly, that 77 years ago, the Soviet Union demanded and received reparations, calling it a moral right of a country that has suffered war and occupation. And today, Russia, who claims to be the successor of the 20th century tyranny, is doing everything it can to avoid paying price for its own war and occupation, trying to escape accountability for crimes it committed. And here on the slide, we see that justice not only wins in fairy tales, but we also had sometimes mechanisms, and these are several examples about reparations which were paid by Germany, other states after the Second World War. And also we had some forums when the reparations were adjudicated by international courts, the ICJ, after the Congo was invaded by Uganda. And also we had a huge amount of atrocities, looting of nature, people, and gross violations of human rights, humanitarian law, principles of non-intervention, use of force. And here you see the very high amount of compensation. Also, we had special compensation commissions, and this was also the idea of Ukraine. But in order for them to be successful, they should be established under the, let us say, UN resolution, and also they should have funds. And this is the example of the compensation commission, which was established after the Kuwait invasion of Iraq to Kuwait. And being aware that Russia will never admit and will never implement any adjudication of redress to be paid to Ukraine, we are in the situation, in that general movement of dozens of resolutions and movement on different levels, where we are in the need to use the frozen assets of Russia and using them for reconstruction of Ukraine's damage and all the atrocities, particularly the human suffering, including the forced deportation of thousands of hundreds of children, which is always, for me, remains as among those most cruel, in addition to rapes, tortures, and other humiliation. And these are just first steps. The first steps when the private assets of also not merely Russia as state, but also oligarchs, despite all the legal issues that are about the property rights, seem to be used to be transferred for reconstruction. And USA is one of those states who already has a very well-established practice. They even have the law on trading with the enemy act, according to which, and in the practice of the US, they once used the Iraqi assets, and also they used them for humanitarian purposes, and also after the Taliban's return to Afghanistan, the compensation for the victims of the attacks, terrorist attacks, September the 11th. And many reports and many achievements already done at a very high speed, different forums, including the International Working Sanctions Group, said that despite the principle which is to be calculated, the idea is very clear. It is that in the redress, the compensation mechanism should be established, should be supported if needed by national domestic laws. And this is what is in line with the Ukrainian formula to ask for the full redress for tortures, for damage to infrastructure, nature. And also this is recognized by the International Court of Justice, who so far had the opportunity to give the order in March last year, calling for withdrawal of Russian troops, and also recognized that there is a huge human suffering and also the huge damage. And the very last point of my presentation is the call for responsibility for the crime of aggression. And here, few things I would like to emphasize. Aggression is the major and the initial, the underlying crime for other crimes, the war crimes and crimes against humanity. And what is more, the history proved, demonstrated that Russia uses force repeatedly, each time when international community fails to act in a more unity and determination. We have lessons from past, from Sakartvelo, from Crimea, and so establishing and punishing those who are responsible for this aggression would be really a strong measure. And the idea, which was already presented starting the first year of the war in Ukraine, now has gaining a more particular content. We are already speaking about specific units, about the need of prosecution, interim prosecution, specific units needed at The Hague. And just I would like to stress few differences as we had then when here on the slide the London Agreement was concluded and the statute of the Nuremberg trials was added, which actually in greater part would fit to this situation. But of course, the time was different. The prohibition of the use of force was established in the UN Charter of the same year, 45. Now we are much more apart, and we are many years ahead of that geopolitical situation. Then we have countries under jurisdiction of those Axis powers. We had also the crimes for peace and other elements, as we had those states who were defeated. And now in the current situation, some say that all those examples from past may not fully perhaps be applicable because still we have the situation of war. Russia perhaps in some sense could not be completely defeated because it's a nuclear power. And also we would have Russia as a third state because in those previous formats, states, they more or less cooperated in, let us say, arresting those criminals and bringing them to trial. And what is more, those states who are now calling for a special tribunal themselves, they do not participate in the ICC, and perhaps this leaves space to discuss about the threat of double standards. But these are only a few examples. The few examples that the models have been different. We had special international tribunals. We had the ones which were more or less hybrid. This example is of the Sierra Leone, to make those responsible for crimes, atrocities against civilians and UN peacekeepers in the conflict that endured until 2002, and also this the very first trials, the Nuremberg trials, and also the Tokyo trials. And a little bit approaching to the end, I just wanted to stress that perhaps there is no single, the very best model, but there are issues to be decided. First of all, I believe in the need of legitimacy. The more countries participate, the more competence of the General Assembly as representing international community we emphasize and we use, the legitimacy grows. And also we should assess the relation to other courts and tribunals, because currently Ukraine does the greatest job, and still we have the ICC. Those tribunals actually did not directly address the crime of aggression according to the concept as we have now. And the secondary jurisdiction, I mean that the ICC still would have the jurisdiction if the jurisdiction conditions would be, let us say, made the same as for other crimes. And this is again among the proposals. We should also take in our minds that all tribunals are limited in time in terms of people, territory, and also we will have to struggle with the issue of immunities and trial in absentia, which also happened in history only in a very specific, limited cases. We also take into account the constitution of Ukraine in modeling which particular model would be most appropriate, whether international or that of domestic law based. And I strongly believe in the need of the punishment for aggression, taking one of the models that we decide to rely on, because it best reflects those principles of humanity, of reparation for victims of those atrocities. and it would act as a component of the unprecedented movement of the dozens of resolutions on all international and all regional frameworks, and who also have a very strong need to close the impunity gaps. And there are many models, but I believe that there should be at least a recommendation, if not the establishment itself of the special tribunal, perhaps using the uniting for peace mechanism or uniting for justice, uniting for humanity. The General Assembly could perhaps recommend. I know that much depends on diplomatic efforts to collect those votes in favor. And in addition, we could have the international treaty, because there are no limits for international treaty to be valid. The international treaty simply needs to be in accordance with international law, not to violate jus cogens principles, and to be reached by a free will of states. That could be done by Ukraine plus the UN, for example. Of course, there are many other ideas, for example, even to use other formats as European Union, as Council of Europe, because in the case of special Kosovo chambers, there was European involvement. But as always, despite the fact that law remains open, much depends on strategy and policy of choice. And as the last slide, I decided to share one or two sentences, thoughts of Professor Philip Sands, who also believes in the need of change and is partly fearful, but also partly optimistic. As he said, this period could destroy the legal order created by the 45th moment, but it might develop and strengthen it. And I'm glad to the latter view. It's a long game. 2 steps forward and 1 back, and another again 1 forward. We have just to stick to a principle approach. And this is also my belief, to stick to the principle approach, to the principles of humanity, justice, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Indra, for inspiring view on how we can move forward to address crimes and atrocities initiated and made by Russian regime. And last but not least, I would like to invite Elena Katselli from Newcastle University, Newcastle Law School, to provide us with her insights on the possibility to use solidarity measures for the purpose of protection of fundamental international community interests. Interesting topic, interesting choice, and Elena, I'm very glad to see you here, and thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Many thanks to Indra for her initiative. I'm very pleased to be co-organizing this conference again this year. I am particularly honored to be amongst you, and I must say that the presentations provided a rich platform for thought, and I'm very grateful to all the presenters. It's a special moment today, obviously, because we mark 1 year since Russia invasion and aggression against Ukraine. As an internally displaced person myself, whose country continues to be occupied 48 years later by another country, Turkey in particular, which still occupies 1/3 of Cyprus. I know what it means to be affected by war. I do know what it means to be internally displaced. I do know the realities of war. And so I stand in solidarity with Ukraine today. So as you can see, my presentation will focus on the use of solidarity measures as a means to protect fundamental international community interests. And first of all, let me explain what I mean with the concept of solidarity measures, which is often used interchangeably with other characterizations such as third-party countermeasures or non-injured countermeasures. And so it is necessary to make two definitional explanations, first of all, as to the meaning of countermeasures, but also as to the meaning of non-injured states. This issue has gained prominence in the work of the International Law Commission on codifying customary international law relating to state responsibility. In other words, the legal consequences that arise from a violation of international rules. On the basis of Articles 22 and 49 of the articles adopted by the ILC on state responsibility in 2001, we know that countermeasures constitute unilateral, non-forcible, coercive measures taken by an injured state in response to a violation of international law. So when these measures, even if prima facie may be a violation of international law themselves, they are justified, and so wrongfulness is precluded because they are taken in response to another violation of international law. And so in this respect, countermeasures need to be distinguished from other contexts such as measures of retortion or from suspension or termination of international agreements. Now, what is the justification of countermeasures? We have all recognized today the many gaps in the international legal system, the ineffectiveness of some of the mechanisms, even though we should not be losing hope. And I think the presentations today really made this clear that we need to stick to international law, no matter how imperfect it may be. So countermeasures have been developed in the absence of centralized international mechanisms and in the absence of impartial independent mechanisms to ensure the compliance of states with their international obligations. And so we often call them as means of self-help in recognition of the fact that injured states need to be able to respond to violations committed against them. However, so this issue became, as I said before, prevalent in the discussions concerning the codification of the law on state responsibility. But it soon became clear in the debates before the ILC that there was recognition that not all violations of international law have the same gravity, simply because of the nature of the interest protected in some norms. And so, and distinctions soon emerged between what we would call them, in quotation marks, as ordinary violations of international law, and those violations that breach fundamental community interests, such as, for instance, the prohibition of aggression or the prohibition of the use of unlawful armed force or the commission of genocide. And this distinction gained or found fertile ground from the ICJ's obiter dictum in Barcelona traction case, which talked about bilateral obligations as distinct from obligations erga omnes, obligations which are owed to the international community of states as a whole, but also in the 1969 Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, which refers to peremptory norms of international law, so fundamental norms from which no derogation is allowed. And so this distinction between, let's say, ordinary and, obligations protecting fundamental interests led to yet another question. Does this distinction have an impact on those who are entitled to invoke the responsibility of states in each instance? And also, does it have an impact on how we can respond to violations of fundamental community interests? And here is where the distinction between injured and non-injured states is relevant, which is reflected in Articles 42 and 48 of the Articles on State Responsibility adopted by the ILC in 2001. So in light of Article 42 of the Articles, Ukraine is clearly an injured state because its territory has been violated by Russia. And then this leaves us with the question of what is the position of other states, the United States, European Union states, and many other states which react to Russian aggression. In the context of Article 48, these are not directly injured, not directly affected states. And so they have a different standing, if you like, when it comes to the invocation of Russia's responsibility. Now, invocation of responsibility means a standing or the right to be able to invoke violations of community interest. However, standing and invocation is not synonymous with the right to take countermeasures. And this was highly debated in the discussions in the ILC because states disagreed as to whether non-injured states could resort to countermeasures under international law. In fact, if we look at the Articles on State Responsibility, Article 49 makes clear that it is an injured state that is entitled to resort to countermeasures. The commentary to the Articles also make clear that countermeasures are to be taken by injured states because on the opinion of the ILC at the time, there was no sufficient state practice and opinio juris supporting solidarity measures. However, having said that, the ILC left a window open for the further progressive development of international law in this respect. Now, I have argued in the past alongside few other colleagues, and I will argue again today, that the ILC's findings were not justified by the evidence of widespread and consistent state practice and opinio juris that already existed back in 2001, but significantly also state practice and opinio juris that has developed since the adoption of the Articles in 2001. Now, so I would argue that customary international law recognizes, in fact, the right of non-injured states to resort to solidarity measures in response to violations of community interest. Now, the reason of why this issue is still debated and still causes controversy is because some states continue to express concern over the abuse of solidarity measures, specifically by powerful states. There are concerns that such measures have severe impact on innocent civilians and violate human rights. And in other words, there are concerns that such measures can be manipulated by powerful states. Now, in 2014, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution according to which unilateral coercive measures and legislation violate international law, including the UN Charter. And the resolution defines such measures as those imposed by one state or a group of states to coerce another state into subordination of the exercise of its sovereign rights with a view to securing some specific change in its policy. And the resolution proceeds to establish the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of such measures on human rights. The Special Rapporteur, through reports, emphasizes that asset freezing, for instance, or travel bans, or restrictions in aviation services, they violate international law. Just last November, the General Assembly adopted a resolution drafted by China, Cuba, and Russia, affirming again the unlawfulness of unilateral coercive measures. And so this raises a question: where does this leave us? I would argue that the right to solidarity measures had already been established in customary international law, certainly by 2014. And so the question is whether these statements can actually alter or have a legal impact on the right to solidarity measures. I would argue that the answer is not, because such practice does not seem to be able to affect the existence of a general custom in support of solidarity measures. Importantly, however, I would like to stress that many of the states that have adopted or supported the resolutions on the unlawfulness of unilateral coercive measures have themselves in the past resorted or supported such solidarity measures. And so this provides evidence that in fact solidarity measures are firmly established actually in customary international law. I can give some examples here. Ethiopia, Kenya, Zambia, Rwanda, and Uganda supported measures against Burundi in 1996 in response to the military coup. Costa Rica supported unilateral coercive measures against Myanmar in 2009. In 2011, the League of Arab States suspended both Libya and Syria from the organization, arguably a move that was not consistent and is not consistent with the Pact of the League of Arab States. And in fact, Syria remains suspended. And so these are states that today affirm the unlawfulness of unilateral coercive measures. On the other end of the spectrum, we have seen in this past year the most comprehensive restrictive measures imposed against Russia, with unprecedented measures taken in response to its aggression against Ukraine and unlawful annexations of territory. And such measures, there have been many grounds or justifications in support of such measures, but some of these include to impede Russia's ability to finance its activities, to impose clear economic and political costs on Russia's political elite responsible for the invasion, to compel it cease its military actions, to unconditionally withdraw its forces from Ukraine, and respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. And so we see that, well, in fact, some of these measures include limitations, preventions of accessing economic, financial, banking, and other activities in violation of international obligation and treaties, individual listings of people and entities, restrictions in the airtime, maritime, and transport sector, travel bans, asset freezing, again, in violation of the immunity of heads of state, prime ministers, foreign ministers, but also arguably in violation of human rights such as peaceful enjoyment of possessions. We've seen assets of the Russian central bank have been frozen. And again, you know, there isn't steps concerning whether to confiscate such property, such assets in order to fund reparations raises significant issues in the context of solidarity measures. And there have been other measures as well, such as expulsion from the Council of Europe. There can be an argument. I know it is debated. It is there may be different opinions, but even that expulsion could be seen as solidarity measures, as well as suspension of Russia's most favored treatment status under the WTO. Now, I said before that those states or commentators who argue that solidarity measures can be used in a way that violate human rights. What I would say is that those states that make this argument that solidarity measures violate human rights, they do not engage with the very fact that the reason often, and it is evident from the state practice, that such measures are adopted are in response to very serious human rights violations. And so, you know, we need to take this into consideration. At the same time, there are concerns about abuse, but abuse, the risk of abuse is inherent in all the rules of international law. And look at, for instance, what Russia is doing and how it is trying to justify its actions on the basis of international law. And so the risk of abuse, obviously, we need to think carefully, both about ensuring that such measures do not violate and do not impose punishment on innocent civilians. But at the same time, fears and concerns and risks of abuse need to be thought about, need to be discussed, but it should not prevent us from filling the gaps that the international legal system currently has. And so, by way of conclusion, I would say that in the absence of other enforcement mechanisms, solidarity measures are an essential tool to ensure the compliance of wrongdoing states. And in my view, these measures are better than actually the use of armed force. And in relation to Ukraine's example in particular, states could exercise their right to collective self-defense. However, I think the use of solidarity measures is the way forward, also in light of states' obligations to cooperate with one another to end serious violations of peremptory norms, such as in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Elena, for your wonderful presentation of those possibilities, which could also be considered under extraordinary circumstances. Dear colleagues, we have not that much time, but I still would like to use the opportunity to pose some questions, and I'd like also very much the question was put forward by Elena already in the previous session, but it is time maybe also to address the question to our participants, because I think it deserves to be answered. So we've seen and we are experiencing that the international legal order has too many gaps that have to be filled. And what is also striking that sometimes it's guided by double standards or selectivity. I would ask Gabija, Indre, and also others who are participating here, Igor, what do you think, how we can overcome these challenges? How we can we can persuade international society to be guided by principles, by the standards, and in order to avoid the lack of general support for changes that are needed. Gabia, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, so I already understood that maybe I should start. So first of all, really, thank you for this great presentation. So trying to answer how we can overcome these challenges, I would really agree that of Elena's argument saying that abuse is inherent in international law, because I also, had this idea that these double standards are encoded in the architecture of international order, because if we think about sovereign equality of states and the special position that permanent members of UN Security Council have, so then you immediately have double standards. And I remember I once read, about the arguments that were put forward by the states that actually got this permanent position and veto right. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a representative of France who said that the special position being granted to these great powers was actually necessitated by the nature of international law. So I always had this, ambition to understand what was this, legal rationale that he sort of tried to put forward. But in the end, I think that it is related to understanding that special responsibilities should rest on these great powers also for the international peace and security. And if we see that these special responsibilities, they suddenly turn to be the right to kill, as Indra was quoting, the speech of President Zelensky, then you understand that you have a problem, and big problem. And even though we had this objective and the new concept of responsibility to protect, saying that, UN Security Council members, they also have a special responsibility, not to use the veto right if they see that massive and systematic human rights violations are being put on the table that actually is already a threat to peace and security. So, it is all interrelated, I would say, but trying to answer your question, Thomas, how we can overcome this already, inherent, I don't know, weaknesses maybe on the one side of international law, but at the same time, we understand that if we don't have that system, and if we have for example, possibility to have too much enforcement actions with sometimes politically motivated, will of other states, understanding that UN, it does not possess its own armed forces, some states, we have to implement them. So, I mean, you cannot also have it, being as broad as, we would like to have, or that the international community should have, because there are plenty of forgotten humanitarian crises. There are a lot of massive and systematic human rights violations being committed around the world. But I would not put all the situation on the same shelf, because, I also use these arguments when I try to give the argument, are we not afraid, to create a dangerous precedent that UN Security Council would be overpass, time after time, and we will have, this General Assembly voting, if African states, I don't know, decide to have tribunal, for France, Germany, or whatever it might be, So I say that if we are afraid of a precedent, that means that we at least get ourselves the idea that others would like to do the same, because Rome Statute, in the crime of aggression definition, it talks about manifest violation of the UN Charter. So if we have this case as being treated as manifest violation, then this is, the level that we start our discussion. Because if we at least have the idea that this president is manifest and the other presidents, they have to be manifest also. So I always say, you know, to my colleagues from France, so what are you referring to? That are you planning sort of, you know, are you thinking in your policy or strategy decisions to act, you know, concerning, I mean, the same president? So, I mean, that is why we have to be very careful, you know, because we have to have the argument why this precedent is strong, why the broad support is needed, and overwhelming resolutions of international organizations, I would say, illustrates that this case is unprecedented, and reactions that follow afterwards allow us to make unprecedented decisions and to create, you know, precedents that would follow and would send the very clear signal that if you do something like that, these actions would not go unpunished. And that is why I would say that overcoming is, you know, getting like-minded states together, discussing. I also agree that we have to discuss about the fears that we might have, you know, if we create such precedents, that, you know, we should have to have solutions. But it doesn't mean that it should prevent us from going, you know, towards change, going towards more justice, and understanding that, you know, international law, yes, it's inherent, you know, to be abused, but it doesn't mean that this is not the moment that at least we sort of stick together, you know, be principled and act towards, you know, this unprecedented, against this unprecedented aggression. So my answer is, you know, unity, broad support, you know, and understanding that we need to change.
Thank you very much, Gabia. Igor?
Yes, thank you. I will answer, I think, not in a legal manner, and more with simply examples. You see, if you call or write to person, you expected answer. It is the first thing. I think this situation show us how to plan and to work later. I think the best possibility, the best way to overcome these challenges is to be open, to be honest, and to work strong on his, on our, on your reputation. Security Council didn't do anything. It lost its reputation. General Assembly make attempts to do I think good steps. It is also like an example of making good reputation. Regional organizations are more brave. We have today here a lot of good examples where European Parliament, Parliament Assembly, they are so brave to call one of the greatest nuclear state to call as terrorist state and the regime as terrorist one. I think Ukraine, for us personally, our president, for most of us, is a symbol of everybody, because he stay in capital from the first day of this big combat against our enemy. And I think it is this small example of how to do it. So we must be together. We must work and stay strong in our situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. Indre?
Thank you. I would say that there is no such a huge space for speaking about double standards, because let us take a few examples. Sometimes we refer to the US-led invasion to Iraq in 2003, but that was much limited to interpretation of the UN Security Council's resolutions. And if to take the situation in general in a more broader perspective, we can't depend the extent of that, let us say, violation or not full compliance, yes, or procedural mistake. It's another discussion with what we have now. Now we have completely extreme, open, unprecedented aggression. We never had such a hooligan in international law before. That is why my idea is that we should separate the need for a change and double standards. We can discuss about double standards when we speak about participation of the countries which speak for a special tribunal, but themselves do not support the jurisdiction of the ICC, let us say. We may speak about double standards in some other situations, but there have been really very clear moments for a call of change. If we recall Srebrenica, if we recall the genocide in Rwanda, and then we recall the responsibility to protect. So was it simply some double standards, or was it a very true, real need to respond to need of upholding the principles of UN Charter, to act in line in order to respect humanity, human rights, and to give that commitment never again, that was sadly again broken. So I think that this situation is unprecedented, and of course the war, which is a hybrid propaganda war, should not turn into competition of establishing special tribunals for not only President of Russia but also the Belarus or Russia itself could again use the same practice. So these are among the threats to be discussed. But we should not be afraid once we come across the fundamental values and principles. And there's also, of course, always another side of the coin. But my idea is that better to take the challenging situation to come out of the crisis stronger and with the reform needed, having taken into account all issues, energetic, safety issues, political, legal, morals, all involved.
Okay, and I cannot resist to ask Elena, the author of the question, what she thinks about this, because I think I'm pretty sure that you have some also ideas. Please.
Indeed, Thomas, thank you very much. I think one needs to be careful how they use this idea of double standards. If you ask me, I think the international legal system is full of double standards and selectivity. As I mentioned at the very beginning of my presentation, I am a victim of unlawful aggression and unlawful occupation of part of my country. And it's, it's been 48 years and still there is no solution to this. And so I do believe personally that the international legal system is full of such double standards. We see it, as Gabia mentioned, in the Security Council itself. However, we need to be careful how we use these, because we cannot justify violations of international law by referring to other violations of international law committed by other powers. Here is, it seems to me, what Russia is trying to do, is trying to justify its very serious violations of international law on these precedents. And I think we need to be really careful about that. I think it's important that we recognize where there are gaps in international law and in the international legal system, with the view of trying to improve the system and to make sure that we all uphold the same legal standards. My view is that, as I also mentioned in the question I raised before, the international legal system has inherent problems and challenges arising from state consent, state equality, the principle of non-interference. But this system has also produced mechanisms, international organizations, a wealth of rules, treaty rules, customary rules that have improved people's life quite significantly and continue to do so. And so, despite the challenges, despite the gaps, we need to make sure that we uphold these rules. And I think this is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to say to all participants of our first session, 2 panels. It was very interesting, lively discussion, nice presentations. I hope that watchers, those who are watching and listening to us, are also in the very good mood, inspired mood, and we will continue after the break. We meet at 2 o'clock Lithuanian time. It will be 12 o'clock UK time. And Indrė Sokaitė will take over the moderation. I would like to thank again all institutions, institutional partners, and all participants. It was very nice to see you. And let's hope that we will prevail, that the law and the international order and principles will prevail over the aggression, over the atrocities, and over impunity. So let's hope. Slava Ukraini, Herojams Slava. Thank you very much.
Slava, thank you very much. Thank you.
In 50 minutes.
Dear conference participants, it's 2 p.m. in Vilnius, and we continue the International Scientific Conference, Russia's Aggression Against Ukraine, the year nobody expected. We had the first session, 2 panels, and now there is the second session and the third panel, which is going to deal with the issues mostly related with international criminal law, with responsibility, with prospects of criminal justice. And also I'm very glad that we will have some interdisciplinary approach also on the cyber attacks in this war. So the numbers are, of course, speaking themselves. And they are increasing, doubling, I mean, the numbers of the damage of the objects which have suffered from Russia's aggression. And we had a dozens of the resolutions of different international organizations, and this in my hand is the one of the European Parliament of the end of the last year, but we witness still a great number of forced deportation and also the atrocities as happened in Bucha, in Irpin, in Izum, in Liman, and attacks on journalists, the ruined civilian infrastructure, which will remain a huge tragedy for each Ukrainian for many decades. And everything has to be dealt in terms of responsibility, in terms of accountability, and now majority of work is being done by Ukrainian prosecutors, but for any country this would be too much. That is why we need support. We need to share the work in this unprecedented situation of aggression. And I'd like to start the third panel. I even allowed me to use a little bit the title of the presentation of our first speaker, Professor Dr. Vitaly Gutnik, for the whole panel number 3, which I called Russia's International Crimes in Ukraine, Prospects of Criminal Justice, because I believe that the prospects of the criminal justice is the underlying issue to be dealt with in this session. So the first to speak, and it's my honor to invite Professor Dr. Vitaly Gutnik, with the presentation title, The Armed Aggression of Russian Federation Against Ukraine, the Prospect of International Criminal Justice. And just to add a few words that Professor's scientific interests cover current problems of the international law, and also he has been involved in research related with the armed conflict in Ukraine, the aggression against Ukraine. He is also author of books, researches, and what I would like to stress in his research visits, he also has been to Vilnius University that we are happy with. So dear Vitaly, the floor is yours, and please proceed with the first presentation.
Galima taip. Ačiū labai. Dear colleagues, first of all, thanks for possibility to be here. Thanks for invitation. Actually, it's great honor for me to participate in that conference. The topic of my presentation, I try to share and as a topic of my presentation, my speech, armed aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine, the prospect of international criminal justice. And actually, you know, today I remember it 1 year ago, the same day, when we woke up from silence, and then nobody know what to do. But after this, 1 hour after, I working near military recruiting center, and I observe a long line of Ukrainian people who wanted to join the Ukrainian army, and for me it was understandable that we will fight, we will defend our country, and 1 year we fight for and defend our land, our Ukraine. But in the same time, here I want to say that actually you cannot find any family where nobody killed in Ukraine killed by Russian militaries. For my family, for example, you can see it's my nephew. I lost from the last 2 months 2 nephews, and that young man, Terastar, he was only 18 years old, and he was killed in battle near Bakhmut, only 18 years old. So it's actually not some one person, so young person who voluntarily joined the Ukrainian army and who is our hero. Second, my nephews who also was killed in Melitopol 1 month ago. He was only 24. So actually, it's a big tragedy for us to lose that hero who changes our country, our state, and who defend us. And so for us, very important to bring to justice person who committed person who ordered to commit crimes of aggression, war crime, crimes against humanity, because for parents of Taras or some other young people who were killed in that war, we cannot explain why justice will be wait. Justice cannot wait. We need justice. And actually, International Criminal Court, International Criminal Tribunals perform very important mission, because according to the intention of the creator, that should become bodies where justice is done for persons who particularly definitely violate the international legal order, committing the most serious crime of concern the international community. Criminal prosecution is carried out against any person, regardless of possible immunity and the status of society. Today we can find some opinions. It's very that it's not impossible and very difficult to establish some new tribunal. We cannot find example where for crimes of aggression were bring to justice and person exclude the Nuremberg and Tokyo tribunal. But in the same time, we can find, for example, in 15th century, 600 years ago, some international was established some international tribunal, or it seems that more mixed tribunal for Peter von Hagenbach in 1474, who commits some crimes that today we discuss it as international crimes against humanity and war crimes. That tribunal was established by 28 countries. So if today we some highest official say that, okay, it's very difficult, it's not impossible, I can answer that 600 years ago it was impossible, and today also it's impossible to bring to justice persons who commit international crimes. And it's very and also we can find that somebody say, okay, it's very expensive. It's not so expensive, because if you will take, for example, activity of the Permanent International Criminal Court, in budget of the Permanent International Criminal Court from 40 million euros from the first years of activity to 200 million euros until today. So I mean that it's not so expensive, even for Ukraine and as well for international community. So today I'd like to say about some prospect in two directions. The first direction the permanent International Criminal Court, and the second direction, some new international or mixed tribunal. So Ukraine is not a state party to the Rome Statute, but Ukraine accepts jurisdiction of the ad hoc in 2014, 2015. But after direct invasion, Russian Federation to Ukraine, the situation concerning committed international crime was referred to the ICC by 33 states. By the fates, but by the way, the first country who referred situation in Ukraine to the ICC was Lithuania on 1st March 2014. In the next day, 39 other states transferred the situation to the prosecutor of the ICC. So thanks again for Lithuanian government for support. And in the next day, ICC prosecutor opened investigation. 2nd March 2022, with focus on crimes committed in context of situation in Ukraine. 20th November 2013, with some special focus international crimes committed during Russia invasion in Ukraine. But here arise question: can the international community bring to justice persons who have committed the crimes of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine outside the ICC? And actually, you know that we have a lot of problem with crime of aggression. The crime of aggression was defined only according to Kampala amendment to the Rome Statute only in 2011, and then some specific jurisdiction concerning crime of aggression, and the prosecutor of the ICC said that concerning armed conflict in Ukraine, the jurisdiction of the ICC is not cover crime of aggression. So here seems that the best way out of this issue is establishment of an appropriate international criminal tribunal ad hoc with fighters of the crimes of aggression, and possibility of establishment of some new ad hoc tribunal on the crime of aggression could be considered today, and a few minutes after I will say a few words about this. Also, Ukraine participation in drafting and adoption of the Rome Statute was very interesting proposal. For example, in Ukraine said we refused from nuclear weapon, and concerning submission of Ukrainian delegation was proposal to define that any using of nuclear weapon will be war crimes. Some other proposal was and a lot of them took into consideration during negotiation process. I just want to pay some my opinion concerning potential difficulties in the proceeding of the International Criminal Court. Actually, for us, and we have two aims for Ukrainian, for our state. The first of all, we need to win in that war, and after this, to bring to justice person who commit international crimes. Why we need to win? Because we will take into consideration history of international criminal justice. we can find a lot of problem concerning some proceeding in International Criminal Court or ad hoc International Criminal Tribunal. And first of all, I want to say concerning some slow proceeding in the International Criminal Court. This is one of the major problems of international criminal justice. Actually, it can be reasonably justified by the necessity of international criminal justice to deal with extraordinary crimes, find much more complicated proceeding, even in comparison with the most complex domestic criminal cases. So international criminal proceeding cannot be so big as domestic criminal prosecution, but on the other hand, when the justice cannot be rendered for the efficiency of domestic courts, the length of time needed to justice in international criminal proceeding does not make the impression of a serious problem. If we will take the ICC activity during 20 years of ICC activities, the final we have only few final judgments. 4 defendants were sentenced for international crimes. You can see in the slide Al-Mahdi to 7 years, German Katanga to 12 years, Thomas Van Odilo to 15 years of imprisonment, and Bosco Ntaganda 30 years of imprisonment. Also, a few persons were acquitted. So other problems that also very important and very large obstacle for justice in some situation then when person will be in Russia Federation and without Ukrainian we cannot catch that highest official to bring to justice, and then that person can be in Russia Federation and Russia Federation never extradite him. Here we also can find that some possibility to create some international tribunal was provided in Treaty of Versailles. That was first international treaties that provide establishment of international criminal tribunal, but in the same time, since Holland refused to extradite Kaiser of Germany, German Emperor, the tribunal never set up. So Russia Federation provides the same, that the citizen of Russia Federation may not be deported from Russia to extradite to another state. So again, for us, very important to win in the war. And after this, when we catch some highest official, we can bring them to justice for permanent international criminal court. But also we have some alternative ways to prosecute for international crimes committed in Ukraine, international criminal court ad hoc, like International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, or International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, or High Court Tribunal. We have few models of the establishment of international or high court criminal courts. So first of all, international agreement between victorious state. For example, it was in Nuremberg and Tokyo tribunal. The second way, international agreement between the state and the international organization. For example, if we will take extraordinary chambers in the court of Cambodia, the special court and residual special court for Sierra Leone, we can find that here were agreement between state and the United Nations. Or also could be international agreement between state and European Union. For example, Kosovo, a specialist chamber or a special prosecutor office. Also can be the third way is resolution of the United Nations Security Council by a resolution of United Nations Security Council, were established the ICTR, International Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunal, and the Special Tribunal for Lebanon. That way will be possible when Russia Federation will be left from permanent member of United Nations Security Council. And the last model of establishment of international hybrid criminal tribunal is multilateral international agreement, for example, like the ICC. So here I wanted just to say that we have very different model how to establish, how to bring to justice a person who committed international crime. International community had developed the various practice of establishment international hybrid court. It seems that in Ukraine, two models can be used to prosecute international crimes that will complement each other. The first, permanent international criminal court, and in the same time, international or hybrid tribunal that will be specialized in the crime of aggression and middle level of criminal. In context of the Russia armored aggression, it seems that there are ground of creating a new tribunal, and there are a certain vision of how to do it. And also very important for us, and we're waiting for this, that the ICC prosecutor has enough evidence to announce name of suspect from the highest official of Russia Federation for committed crimes. We have enough evidence. Ukraine transfer to the ICC enough evidence. I know that joint investigation team also closely cooperate with the ICC prosecutor office, and ICC prosecutor's office participate in the joint investigation team. So it seems that today, next step will be announced who are suspect in committing international crimes. For us, it's very important, and for all, very important that international community do all things to bring to justice persons who commit international crimes. We do not be afraid to name that person and to bring them to justice. Actually, it's very important for us that Ukrainians are waiting for the fair punishment for the person who committed international crimes, and this is like our hope that we will be know that person who committed international crime will be punished, and it will be prevent new crimes. Because if highest official for Russia Federation and anybody who commit international crimes will not be punished, will be new crimes. As from Russia Federation or from other state, fair trial, bring to justice for committing of international crimes will prevent new crimes. I think that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Vitaly, thank you so much for sharing with us your insights and reminding that this is not a topic for merely discussion for most of Ukrainians, and may I share condolences with the one that you lost, and with each soldier, Ukrainian soldier. We have so many losses in this war, in this consequences of aggression, just sometimes leaving us speechless. We will have questions for discussion. For the current time, may I remind our listeners that the Slido.com platform is waiting for your joining and sharing questions and comments for our panelists. And may I remind also that the conference is being recorded, and I have in this third panel a great panelists, the professors from Lviv University, and also experts, prosecutors, and also my colleague who will share insights a little bit from interdisciplinarity approach. And here we move to the second presentation of our speaker. She is rather busy with the prosecution, and I kindly invite Margarita Šnetytė-Daugelienė. Ms. Daugelienė is a prosecutor at the Prosecutor's General Office who is representing Lithuania's prosecution and investigation, as well as involved in mutual legal assistance in criminal cases, and in particular in Eurojust, where she's a vice president and national member for Lithuania, and also the deputy chief prosecutor appointed in 2016, and much involved in the prosecution, in sharing work, which is much needed in collecting evidence, in prosecution, in different fields and areas. So, dear Mrs. Šnetytė-Daugelienė, you are kindly invited to proceed with your topic. May I present its participation of Lithuania and Eurojust support to joint investigation team into alleged international crimes committed in Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Indra. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes. So good afternoon, dear participants, and thank you for organizing this important and timely conference, and of course for inviting Eurojust to contribute to this discussion. Nothing can make up for the terrible loss and destruction indeed suffered by Ukrainian people ever since. But what is important to say, I think that from the very beginning, it was clear that the international legal community would do whatever it takes to help bring those responsible to justice. Indeed, I am proud of the contribution that Eurojust is making to these accountability efforts. I will just mention that Eurojust is the European Union Agency for Criminal Justice Cooperation, already with 20 years of experience in supporting and strengthening the coordination and cooperation between national investigating and prosecuting authorities in relation to serious crimes, which Eurojust is competent to deal with in accordance agency's mandate. And of course, crimes against humanity, war crimes, other serious crimes fall under the competence of Eurojust. During my intervention, I will explain the different lines of actions we have taken, I mean as agency, in the past 12 months and what we expect for the near future. I will first focus on our operational support to the investigations into core international crimes committed in Ukraine before moving on to our strategic initiatives. When it comes to operational support, Eurojust relies on 4 different coordination mechanisms. The first one, there is, as Vitaly mentioned, Joint Investigation Team, or JIT, as we call it in short. Only 5 days after the start of the war, Lithuania was the first country which approached the Eurojust asking to organize a meeting with the representatives of all European Union member states and the licensed prosecutors who are at Eurojust here to discuss the prosecution of alleged core international crimes committed in Ukraine. As for today, we have 7 countries, that is Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia, Slovakia, and Romania. And for the first time in the history, the ICC, or Office of the Prosecutor, as a participant working together in this JIT. Just several words about the JIT, what makes it so special, because maybe more details will be explained by my colleague Irmantas, who will be the next speaker. So working together in a joint investigation team means that the prosecutors can exchange information and evidence in a quick and easy way, skipping traditional and time-consuming procedures. It also means that the prosecutors, investigators can count on Eurojust, our agency's legal, analytical, financial, and logistical support. So far, Eurojust has provided nearly 200,000 in direct financial support to cover the costs for JIT members' travel, interpretation, translation of exchange the documents, evidence, and the purchase of equipment. Of course, in this complex and sensitive case, it is also crucial that those who are in the field have secure communication lines at their disposal. So our agency has therefore been providing devices equipped with the state-of-the-art encryption technologies. Second mechanism at Eurojust concerns the broader coordination with national investigations and outside the joint investigation team. By organizing coordination meetings between all authorities with a Ukraine-related case, we ensure a regular flow of information to our agency and closer alignment of the investigations. The main purpose is to allow countries to avoid duplications of efforts and possible conflicts of jurisdictions. This is all the more urgent now because there are over 20 countries with Ukraine-related investigations, including 14 European Union member states, 4 other European countries, and the United States and Canada. After the joint investigation team and the broader coordination of national investigations, a third mechanism at our disposal is the newly established Co-International Crimes Evidence Database, or as we say, CSED. Eurojust got this legal mandate to set up this database after a record-speed European Union legislative procedure that was concluded in June last year. The idea behind this database is to address the many challenges resulting from a scattered operational landscape with evidence located in several jurisdictions and collected by a wide range of stakeholders. There are important benefits to centrally preserving, storing, and analyzing co-international crime evidence. As well, it allows us to shed light not only on individual offenses, but also on the systemic actions behind them. It makes it easier to determine a prosecutorial strategy with the greatest chance of success. And crucially, maintaining an overview of interviewed victims, it helps to avoid re-victimization of repeated interviews. And finally, the possibility of secure storage outside the location of an armed conflict can prevent the loss of evidence. It is important to stress that the database is only intended for digital evidence from judicial files, which means that NGOs and civil societies will not be able to send their data directly to our agency, Eurojust. Instead, they should proceed by contacting national judicial authorities. In practical terms, the database is built on 3 pillars: safe transmission of evidence to Eurojust from national authorities, secure storage of evidence, and advanced analysis, which will be done in the future. We expect to finalize the implementation of the analysis model in the summer. By then, we can use this database to its full potential. The fourth and final coordination mechanism at Eurojust that I want to mention is the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression. On the 2nd February this year, Commission President von der Leyen announced the intention to establish an International Center of the Prosecution for the Crime of Aggression, or ICPA, at Eurojust. The ICPA will be part of the current joint investigation support structure and focus on the collection, analysis, and preservation of evidence related to the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine. It can be seen as an intermediary step and does not preempt the outcome of the political discussions about the establishment of a special tribunal. Instead, the ICPA simply ensures that important evidence is secured and that we do not lose precious time in building a case for the future prosecution of the crime of aggression, wherever that prosecution will take place. By linking the ICPA to the current joint investigation team support, we can also ensure an optimal alignment between the existing investigations into co-international crimes and the investigation into the crime of aggression. As for the implementation, the plans for the ICPA, as I mentioned, were announced very recently, and of course it's too early to share more details or a concrete timeline. But I can say that we expect the prosecutors involved to work from The Hague on a semi-permanent basis, and that we aim to have the first building blocks in place already by the summer. So this completes the overview of the operational coordination mechanisms at Eurojust. I know this is already a lot of information, so I will be in brief in my description of the strategic initiatives that we have developed in light of the war in Ukraine. The first strategic initiative that I would like to mention is the Ukrainian Accountability Dialogue Group. At a conference held in The Hague last year in July, 45 countries agreed on the establishment of this dialogue group. Maybe it was mentioned already in the first session, apologies, I did not participate. The work will kick off soon, and Eurojust and the Ukrainian Prosecutor's General Office will co-chair a work stream on national investigations. The aim of this work stream will be to promote understanding of key challenges faced in national investigative work and jointly identify solutions at a policy level. Other important strategic initiatives were developed by the Genocide Network that is hosted by Eurojust. This network is a unique center of expertise connecting national investigators, prosecutors specialized in co-international crime cases, UN mechanisms, the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC, and several civil society organizations. In the past month, the Genocide Network has organized a series of workshops for prosecutors, judges, law enforcement officers dealing with the co-international crimes, including those from Ukraine. The investigation of co-international crimes, of course, requires specialized expertise, and through these workshops, we hope to increase the capacity of involved countries as quickly and efficiently as possible. We are also witnessing how civil society organizations are playing an increasingly important role in their accountability efforts. While we welcome the ambition, it is important that key legal principles are respected in order to avoid issues related to, for example, the chain of custody or multiple interviews of the same witness. With this in mind, the Genocide Network joined forces with the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC to publish guidelines for civil society organizations on documenting international crimes and human rights violations for accountability purposes. These guidelines were launched on 21st of September last year, and we're expecting to publish French, Arabic, Spanish, and of course Ukrainian language versions in the coming weeks. The Genocide Network and the ICC have also joint published the guidance document to help official frontline officers screen and identify victims and witnesses amongst refugees from Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is a tragedy of unimaginable proportions, but it is also a unique moment in history that unites all those committed to protecting human rights and upholding the international rule of law. This stretches far beyond the legal community of prosecutors and judges, and through your research, lectures, and events such as this conference, the academic world is making tangible contribution to the global accountability efforts. And I am sure that together we will make that justice will be done. So with this, I would like to conclude my intervention and thank you very much for invitation to be present with you. Thank you.
I thank the Vice President of Eurojust for sharing her promising insights as regards the comprehensive landscape and all initiatives in collecting, in prosecution, and collecting evidence. And now I would like to give the floor to Margarita's colleague, I may introduce so. It's also the prosecutor, the Deputy Chief Prosecutor of Organized Crime and Corruption Investigation Department of the Prosecutor General's Office of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Irmantas Mikelionis. And Irmantas works in prosecution already starting from 1991 and has been appointed to the EU Advisory Mission Ukraine for Criminal Prosecution Issues from 2020 to 2022, and has been recently much involved in cooperation with Ukrainian prosecutors. And now the floor is for Mr. Irmantas Mikelionis to present the topic Lithuania's cooperation with Ukraine's prosecutors investigating Russia's crimes in Ukraine. Dear Irmantas, you may proceed.
Thank you for the floor. I would like also to thank for invitation to participate in this conference. I am really pleased to be here with you. Today we had opportunity to listen to a large number of interesting academic presentations. My presentation will be from prosecutor's perspective. I would like to talk about the prosecution of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and briefly touch upon the practical problems faced by investigators and prosecutors in conducting the investigation. It is unusual for prosecutors to talk about ongoing trial investigations when we are unable to provide the public with specific results of the investigations or facts that are interesting and shocking to them. Without revealing the details of the ongoing investigation, I will share my thoughts that I think will be interesting and relevant. So we are in a very unique situation today. At the moment of our conference, there is still a war in Ukraine. Even as we speak, crimes are still being committed and new crimes are being planned. Usually, when a trial investigation is initiated, the aim is to disclose a crime that has already been committed. Less often, it is aimed at preventing an ongoing or planned crime. It is unusual for war crimes investigations, both by national prosecutors and by International Criminal Court, to be conducted with ongoing crimes and with a knowledge of who is organizing them. After trial investigation bodies, the International Criminal Court, capable of contributing to prevention of war crimes and crimes against humanity. I don't want to say no. In Lithuania, as in other EU countries, there is still an information war. Attempts are being made to cast doubt about the reliability of the evidence collected. Let us remind the events in Bucha and disinformation spread by Russia about the falsification of evidence and the killing of citizens by the Ukrainian military. The wide involvement of the international community in the investigation in Ukraine could be dispelled doubts about the authenticity and reliability of the evidence collected. As Russian information war continues, we expect Russian information attack and disinformation against law enforcement officials from other countries. We recall how Russia initiated criminal proceedings against Lithuanian prosecutors and judges who were investigating the events of January 13, 1991 in Vilnius. On the 1st of March previous year, the Prosecutor General of the Republic of Lithuania launched a trial investigation in the actions of the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus, which constitute criminal offense under Article 100, treatment of persons prohibited by international law, Article 110, aggression, and Article 111, prohibited war attack of the Criminal Code of the Republic of Lithuania. I would like to point out that Lithuania has initiated a trial investigation not only against Russia, but also against those responsible for Belarus. Belarus has also violated international law by giving its territory to Russian aggression. The trial investigation in Lithuania was opened after assessing the public information on obvious violation of international law and knowing that such investigation has been initiated by the Ukrainian prosecutor office. Together with Lithuania, the Polish prosecutors opened an independent trial investigation. In this way, the principle of universal jurisdiction enshrined in the criminal code was implemented in practice. On the 1st of March previous year, when the trial investigation was launched in Lithuania, the situation in Ukraine was unclear. We didn't know whether Ukraine would preserve its sovereignty and how long it would be able to continue the investigation, or whether it will be able to preserve the evidence collected in Ukraine. Together with Poland, we were ready to take the evidence collected by Ukrainians and to continue the investigation independently, even in the worst-case scenario for Ukraine. An investigation team was set up in Lithuania at the beginning of the trial investigation. The pretrial investigation is being conducted by a group of pretrial investigators of the Lithuanian police and Lithuanian Financial Crime Investigation Service. Eurojust, as it was mentioned earlier, established a coalition on investigating states, initiated the establishment of joint investigation team. An agreement signed by the prosecutors general of the Republic of Lithuania, the Republic of Poland, and Ukraine in March 2022 established a joint investigation team for the investigation of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Slovakia, Latvia, Estonia joined the JIT in May 2022, Romania in October 2022. Unique case, the International Crime Court joined the joint investigation team in April previous year. Dozens of other countries, while not joining the joint investigation team, are conducting their own investigations and are willing to share information with us. The subject of my presentation is cooperation with Ukrainian Public Prosecutor's Office. The concept of cooperation is not just a declaratory phrase. Proper cooperation can bring pretrial investigations to a higher level. Law enforcement agencies have all the legal means to cooperate effectively. They just need to use them properly. The 2002 EU Council Framework Decision on Joint Investigation Teams provides an instrument for international cooperation, avoiding bureaucratic formalities, exchanging information quickly and easily, and participating in investigations in any member states of joint investigation team. The open issue is whether we are making good use of the opportunities available to us. The main obstacles are not legal, but subjective, including a lack of trust. The mistrust rises from the need to exchange particularly sensitive and large amounts of data, to give and receive assistance in ways that have not been tested before. Mistrust also increased by the risk of corruption and negative examples of past cooperation. We're learning to overcome obstacles. In Lithuania, we have gone through several stages of institutional cooperation and development of mutual trust. The first stage was a lack of trust within the law enforcement agencies. Later, trust had to be built among law enforcement agencies. In the third phase, trust had to be built internationally in contact with other EU institutions. We have been through all of that. EU member states have set up a Europol and Eurojust to enhance cooperation. Eurojust and Europol are the EU main institutions for ensuring adequate cooperation among EU member states. They have the power to support investigations in crimes against humanity. Lithuania, like other members of the Joint Investigation Team, pays great attention to information and evidence possessed by the Ukrainian refugees. There are currently more than 74,000 refugees in Lithuania. We can assume that a large number of them have suffered from war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Physical injuries to themselves or their close relatives, destructions of their property, forced deportations, illegal detention, Russian-based filtration camps, etc. Trial investigators and prosecutors are aware of the priorities of both the International Criminal Court and the Ukrainian Prosecutor's Office. Lithuania, knowing these priorities, coordinates its investigative directions. Unfortunately, only a minority of Ukrainian refugees tend to cooperate with Lithuanians and other foreign law enforcement agencies. One of the reasons is uncertainty about the future, lack of trust in law enforcement agencies. Therefore, cooperation with the Ukrainian society is one of our goals. Ukrainian pretrial investigation institutions are facing unprecedented difficulties in recording war crimes and crimes against humanity. There is a great need for technical equipment, specialists, experts who were really needed during the peacetime. This need for Ukraine is well known, but providing and accepting the necessary assistance remains a major challenge. We understand the need for timely and proper recording of evidence at the crime scene. Whereas in the past, after the explosion in peacetime, usually it was necessary to inspect one or several destroyed buildings. Now the crime scene becomes the destruction of entire towns and villages. As a member of the Joint Investigation Team, Lithuania has on several occasions set mobile investigative teams of prosecutors, investigators, access to Ukraine to investigate the crime scenes together with Ukrainian colleagues. Such assistance has also been provided by other countries. Unfortunately, such assistance, while important, is not sufficient. There are also legal issues. The ability of joint investigation teams, investigators, and experts to conduct investigative actions in Ukraine. Lithuania is preparing to provide expert assistance to the Prosecutor Office of Ukraine, working together with investigators and experts from the International Criminal Court. Technical issues of such assistance are currently being harmonized through the International Criminal Court. There is a lot of talk about which court will deal with war crimes trials. The biggest challenge from my view, however, is the collection and preservation of evidence and the identification of suspects. Evidence needs to be collected not only in the uncontrolled territory of Ukraine or in the area of hostilities, but also in the territory of Russia and Belarus. In order to identify suspects in Russia and Belarus, it is necessary to obtain information from these countries. Unfortunately, the legal instruments are limited. Lithuania does not request legal assistance from these countries. Legal cooperation agreements do not work. As long as the political power in Russia is not changed, we cannot expect any legal cooperation. Criminal law does not provide any answer on how to deal with this situation. So we have non-standard situation, and this situation requires non-standard solutions. One solution is through the help of natural persons or non-governmental organizations operating in unfriendly countries. That is why the intensity of cooperation with one non-governmental organization is particularly important. Sometimes there are unusual practical issues. For example, list of Russian soldiers involved in act of aggression outside Ukraine, together with their personal data, have been published on the internet. These are tens of thousands of records. The legality of obtaining such information, further publication of such information, storing, exchange, transmission, analysis, use of such information in criminal proceedings. How it is compatible with the requirements of personal data protection. As mentioned above, Lithuania, like other countries investigating war crimes and crimes against humanity, has implemented the principle of universal jurisdiction. Unfortunately, the implementation of this principle varies from country to country, and in many countries is either limited or inefficient. The investigation of war crimes and crimes against humanity is not new to Lithuania. The Supreme Court of Lithuania has recently ruled on a criminal case concerning the aggression of Soviet Union against Lithuania on 13 January 1991. The criminal proceedings for nearly 3 decades have taught both prosecutors and lawmakers who had a great opportunity to adopt such national laws, which allowed the proceedings to be concluded in court, rather than waiting for suspects to arrive in Lithuania or for Russia to extradite them to Lithuania. The amended laws are in line with international legal standards and allow criminal proceedings to be conducted in absentia. Thus, unlike other countries, Lithuania can, on the basis of mutual agreement, take over the prosecution for person of any nationality suspected of committing of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and has all the legal preconditions for bringing criminal case to court and seeking a conviction in court. And in conclusion, I would like to emphasize that we are strong when we are and we act together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was Deputy Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Imantas Mikelionis. And really the number of the war crimes and other investigations in Ukraine by Ukrainian prosecutor is incredible. I was trying to find the correct number, and I have heard of 40,000. Yesterday, one speaker even pointed to the number twice as big as the former one. And really, it is unfortunately a long journey from taking those suspects, collecting evidence, and the end, the trial, the responsibility, which was so promising if we remember those first cases against Ukrainian soldiers, which were before the domestic Ukrainian courts. So we proceed according to the agenda. I'm honored to invite our following speaker. It's Dr. Tanya Krupi. It's our colleague from Newcastle University, Newcastle Law School. I'm glad that Tanya, if I may address in name, already the second time in the conference which we organize with Newcastle Law School, and this time glad also that Lviv University. And the title of Tanya's presentation is The Commission of War Crimes in Ukraine Through Engagement in Unlawful Targeting Practices. And I really recall one Ukrainian lady who said that, you know, better sometimes to hide in military objects in Ukraine, because Russia is so often targeting, civilian infrastructure, and we know the extent of that human tragedy. So, dear Tanya, the floor is yours, and please proceed.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and also thank you very much to everybody involved in organizing this conference and bringing us together. I just wanted to point out that because we are running slightly behind the schedule, I will not be able to stay for discussion and answer questions. So today I would like to talk about a problem which the Ukrainian Prosecutor General Andrei Kostin identified. And he talked about the fact that Russian armed forces are using Ukrainian cold winters as a weapon of war. And when talking about this problem, he was actually talking about the targeting of the Ukrainian energy infrastructure. And specifically, there was one incident which took place on October 10th and October 11th in 2022, when the Russian armed forces destroyed 30% of the Ukrainian energy infrastructure just within that short period of time. Now, the destruction of the energy infrastructure is a real concern for civilians, because first of all, because of the cold weather, but equally or even more importantly, in order for individuals to have access to water, the water pumps need electricity to operate. So disruption to electricity supplies also means disruption to the supply of water. Now, I also looked at the assessment of other analysts, and there was a retired judge, advocate general, Charles Dunlap, who worked as a legal advisor to the US Air Force, and he thinks that these attacks are not problematic. And in my capacity as an expert, I would like to comment and to say that I do think that the Ukrainian authorities have a reason to be concerned, have a reason to raise discussions about whether the armed forces committed a war crime in this instance. I do want to enter a caveat, which is that I don't have access to all the evidence. And in particular, I don't have access to military considerations which the armed forces of Russia were considering when planning and executing this attack. So I want to qualify my statements by the fact that I don't have access to all the evidence, and therefore I cannot be making definite statements, but I can say that there is a reason to be concerned and gathering additional evidence. So the relevant considerations are twofold from the standpoint of international humanitarian law, and here we are just talking about, first of all, whether there is a potential breach of international humanitarian law, and then I will move to international criminal law later on, because actually, in order for conduct to amount to a war crime, we have higher and more onerous requirements than for international humanitarian law. Now, in terms of international humanitarian law, the first question we ask is whether electricity infrastructure can be a legitimate military objective in certain circumstances. And the answer is yes. It's not, electricity infrastructure is very much is known as a dual-use object, in the sense that there are some objects, such as the electricity infrastructure, where it supplies electricity to civilians, but equally the armed forces can be using that electricity for their purposes. And I would like to refer to Charles Dunlap's analysis. So he cites the US Department of Defense military manual, which talks about how it's really widely accepted that electricity infrastructure can be considered a legitimate military objective because, first of all, the armed forces need electricity for their communication. So, for example, if they're using satellite technology for communication, then that satellite technology needs an electricity supply. The armed forces can also be using the electricity supply for carrying out cyber attacks. They also need electricity for logistical arrangements. So I think the real issue here is whether the armed forces, the Russian armed forces, complied with the requirement to take precautions in attack. And one of the duties which stems from the requirement to take precautions in attack is the principle of proportionality. We find the principle of proportionality in Article 57.2 of Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions. And we know that both Russia and Ukraine are party to this treaty. But we also know from the case of Prosecutor and Galich, and this is a case of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, that the principle of proportionality has customary status in both non-international and international armed conflicts, and also that the breach of this rule can, in certain circumstances, amount to a war crime. So although the breach of the principle of proportionality in Additional Protocol 1 can be a war crime only if breached in conjunction with the prohibition of launching indiscriminate attacks, we actually know from the jurisprudence, such as the Prosecutor and Galich, that actually now we can have a war crime of the breach of the principle of proportionality as a self-standing war crime. So when we just look at Article 57.2 of Additional Protocol 1, the definition of the principle of proportionality in attack is that the attackers have to ensure that the concrete and direct military advantage which they gain from launching the attack has to be proportionate to harm to civilians. And proportionality is defined in terms of excessiveness, and harm to civilian includes injury to civilians, also death of civilians and damage to civilian infrastructure. So when we look at compliance with the principle of proportionality in the case of attacks against the energy infrastructure, first of all, we have to ask, was there a concrete and direct military advantage? For this, we would need to know what was happening in the military theater at that time. And we know that the Ukrainian energy infrastructure is very much interlinked. I don't have all evidence about what types of military operations were taking place in the theater, but I can say that we know that for many months now, the military operations are very much confined to certain regions in Ukraine. So the on the ground military operations are not taking place in Ukraine as a whole, but mostly in the eastern parts of Ukraine. So we can say that whatever military advantage the Russian armed forces derived from disrupting military communications would have been very much confined to that part of the military theater and was not the country as a whole. Similarly, in terms of logistics, we are really talking about logistical deliveries to that military theater. And I think what is really significant here is the harm to civilians. So even though I cannot comment fully on the military advantage with the armed forces derived, I can comment on the impact on civilians, which I can say would be very, very significant. So why is this the case? Well, the case is that if we look at the infrastructure of Ukrainian populated areas, they are really, really different in the sense that we have very densely populated cities. We have mostly apartment buildings in Ukrainian cities. We have 10-story buildings, 20-story buildings. So if there is no electricity supply, you can imagine how difficult it is for someone to get water if they have to go to the ground floor and then go all the way up to the 20th floor. We can also say that in terms of access to water, it is expensive to be buying water in stores, and this is not something that Ukrainian people could afford even prior to the war. But with the war, we have an even worsening economic situation. So people cannot afford to just go and buy safe drinking water. Our rivers are polluted. People cannot just go to the river and get drinking water. There's also a question of organizing delivery of water, which would be sufficient for an entire population. And I would raise questions about the ability of the Ukrainian government services to actually be able to supply all the civilians with adequate water. But we also have issues of mobility. Some people are elderly. They cannot just climb 20 stairs up and down. We have issues of pregnant women. We have persons with disabilities, issues of people having, pets and children to care for. So from the standpoint of access to water, that already is a very significant issue for the civilians when you destroy 30% of the energy infrastructure. And I found sources on in terms of medical evidence, what does it mean to be dehydrated? And Taylor and Jones talk about dehydration as causing significant illness on its own. But if you have people who already have medical conditions and they don't have access to water, then you can only imagine what kind of problem that causes, that they can suffer. Now, we know that luckily, the Ukrainian authorities were able to restore electricity supply in some areas, within days, for example. But I would say that even considering that fact, being without access to water for a number of days can already cause significant injury to civilians. when it comes to areas which are not cities, but which are more like villages, we still have issues of access to water because of environmental pollution. The wells are not safe to drink from. So we also have issues again of transportation, of access, of delivery of this water. So I would say that even if we just look at the access to water supplies, the harm to civilians is very, very significant. And so I think there is this real concern, and again, we need more evidence, but there is a real concern that the harm to civilians could have been excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage offered by these attacks on the energy infrastructure. We also have other case which supports this finding, which is Prosecutor Anko Preskic. Again, this is an ICTY case where the court said that the discretion of the military commander when weighing military advantage and harm to civilians has to be interpreted narrowly. And also the court said that if there are multiple attacks carried out over a short period of time, so that these multiple attacks can be considered as an attack as a whole for the purpose of additional protocol 1. And if everything is individual attacks falls into a gray area, then we can nevertheless consider that there is a breach of proportionality when we take these attacks as a whole. And I would argue that the individual attacks on the electricity infrastructure, when taken as a whole, can be potentially considered as breaching the principle of proportionality, because again, we have the issue of scale. We have 30% of electricity supply in the country being disrupted. Now I want to move to the mental elements, because of course the issue for war crimes is that we need to have mens rea. So again, I want to turn to the Prosecutor and Galic case, the ICTY case, where the court said that we need to look at how a reasonable person in the position of a military commander would have deliberated. And what we need to look for is both intent and foreseeability that a certain outcome would result. Now, I am not able to comment on whether the military commander had direct intent. I don't have full information, but I can comment about foreseeability of civilian harm, because Ukraine used to be part of the Soviet Union, and so Russian military forces would have very good knowledge of the terrain, of the type of infrastructure, and whether civilians would have access to water, for example. So I think in terms of foreseeability, I think a reasonable military commander or a reasonable person in the position of the military commander would have foreseen that there would have been a disruption of water supply to a significant portion of the population. And therefore, I think this is a factor which is really important. We also need to be considering the issue of access to heat, that individuals couldn't just be outdoors, for example, where the water would have been more accessible. They would have been staying in the apartments. Again, they would have to be somewhere on the 10th floor, 8th floor, 15th floor, 20th floor, and so on. This makes, so the issue of cold weather exacerbates the access to water. And so I think that based on this information, there's a reason why Ukrainian prosecutors are expressing concerns and gathering evidence. And I just wanted to say that the armed forces of Russia are continuing to launch air attacks, including against the energy infrastructure. Yes, the Ukrainian armed forces are getting better at shooting down the incoming drones, for example, and missiles, but I do want to say that the attacks against key dual-use infrastructure is causing real concerns. And in my opinion, at least from the standpoint of the principle proportionality, the armed forces of Russia should not be targeting dual-use civilian infrastructure, which becomes a military objective, which is so crucial to the civilian population, to the functioning of hospitals. And we already know this from, for example, the war in Iraq, when there was a lot of criticism by civil society of the actions of the United States armed forces for bombing the electricity infrastructure of Iraq. So we have plenty of past evidence about the problematic nature of such practices. And so I say that these should be halted, even if this conduct does not amount to a war crime, but merely amounts to the breach of the principle of proportionality. Thank you.
Dear Tana, much appreciated. Thank you for sharing your concerns, addressing the same concerns as Ukrainian prosecutors, I believe, have in this war, when we have, of course, missile strikes, we have artillery strikes, and of course, the most cruel consequences on human infrastructure, on the hospitals, also schools, and also civil buildings. And may I further proceed with our presentation, which will be given by my colleague Linas Bukauskas. We were supervising our student team in a scholarly society, and I just wondered that it would be really great input to have Linas today here, because Linas is not from the law faculty. Linas is from the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics of Vilnius University. And I also found that the head of Cybersecurity Laboratory Institute of Computer Science, dear Linas, am I right? Am I correct? So please proceed with your insights on the other type of weapon, which is cyber attacks, and the position and value of information, of truth in this digital age is crucial. And we used to say that there have been Stuxnet incident or cyber attacks against Estonia, but please let you share with us what happened in this war in Ukraine. So the topic is Russia's cyber attacks against Ukraine, the ways to respond.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues and students who listen to the presentation, let me tell you that I'm coming from the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics, which already I was introduced from. And I am Associate Professor at Vilnius University Institute of Computer Science. So basically, I'm head of Cybersecurity Laboratory, where I lead research on security related to digital world. So the idea, I would like to introduce a bit about our institute and laboratory so that you get an understanding what we are talking about. So as a institute, as a faculty, part of a faculty, we have like 200, we have outreach to 200 staff. And we have like 230 computer science graduates each year. So you can imagine what kind of impact we can do. And we do usually when we train our students in terms of security or in terms of just computer science or security behavior or secure behavior in computer science. Our laboratory was established in 2016, which is rather young laboratory, although we were using our kind of unofficially, we were like a bunch of geeks who were already working in a field for a couple of more years. And to be honest, now we grew to 10 people, which are mostly employed in research projects related to cybersecurity. So what are our primary tasks, and what we usually do is basically we kind of, since we come from research and educational institution, our task is to develop virtual or technological platforms, infrastructures for students or for the global society that would help to do some digital forensics, or it would help to do some training, or help to do some cyber operations related to improve the performance of cyber operators. So as an example, since we are cybersecurity in general is very, very much multidisciplinary, and right now we have a few projects, and one of them is advancing human performance in cybersecurity. We have not only multiple countries working on it, but also we have, which is funded by Baltic Research Programme, but we also have a number of research fields which people are coming from. So we have like geneticists, we have those who come from medicine, we have psychologists who come from behavioral sciences, and also we have computer sciences, and most of us in computer science who are participating doing in cybersecurity. So basically, why and what we investigate in general in our cybersecurity laboratory is that we look into cyber world, and we usually say that there is a cybersecurity, or it is a digital world, which is something related to technology. But there is a conventional world, which is a physical world we live in. And there is also something in between, you know, some technology which is using maybe some humans are using a technology, or vice versa. Maybe some technology is kind of helping to survive for people. When we talk about conventional world, usually espionage, terrorism, or warfare it is very well defined and very well understood, and it is kind of, we just usually say, okay, if you steal something, if you do explode something, if you go cross the border, it means it's something conventional and which is really easily defined. When we talk about hybrid, it's a bit already shaping up, and sometimes, you know, if it's espionage, when we talk about hybrid, meaning that, you know, you use remote technology maybe to learn about your enemies. You do. When we talk about terrorism in the hybrid world, usually we go for maybe use some digital malware to damage some of the technology that is on the other side. So it means when we talk about hybrid world, usually then we say, okay, it is something in between. But when we talk about the digital world, it is something which is also very well understood, but it is really hard sometimes to do some investigations or to do some attributions. So therefore, what does it really mean for a cyber incident landscape for the Ukraine? So basically, when the war started, or before the war, there were a lot of understandable hybrid, and at the same time, not only hybrid, but also conventional, but at the same time also digital-only kind of offenses. And even 2014, you know, Ukraine suffered like DDoS attacks against computer networks to divert attention. So basically it was used to divert attention from what's happening. So DDoS attacks is a distributed denial of service attack that, you know, you run it from using a technology. It cripples some services for a general population, and then suddenly this service probably happened to be some very important service before. You know, it might be that something happened in the country. So therefore, when we talk about activities that are taking in the digital world, you can easily say that by launching a digital bullet, it flies through the digital networks. It kind of reaches digital country or digital asset in another country, and then it kind of cripples the digital country. There are no clear definitions what are the borders here. So if we proceed each year, Ukraine suffered more and more disruptive. Even those that infected with malware, or even those that are related to the blackout of critical infrastructures. So meaning that one could easily already see that something is happening and that something is in preparation. And a lot of experts already were seeing that some of the critical infrastructure has been kind of touched upon quite many times. When we see in the things that happened, we already know that there are difficulties to attribute. There are difficulties to not only to attribute, but to protect infrastructure. Therefore, it is very important to look from academic point of view also to what happened and how we can survive in the future. And of course, I wanted to put all the attacks here in that are in happening during the wartime from 2022. It wouldn't fit in my 15 minutes presentation, so we can do it a couple of hours later on if we want to. So from my perspective, and it is when we look into cyber hybrid domain, and we want to put in some kind of challenges, and usually not only we want to put, but there are some challenges from the legal perspective, not only from technology perspective. So there are no clear borders in a digital world. And when we talk about cyber and hybrid world, it's also not very clear what is the border between. Because when we talk about border, usually there are clear jurisdictions, and in a cyber hybrid world we have very blurred jurisdictions. Not only that, there are some proxies, third parties, slingshots, you name it, gem hosts, gray zone, third party users, or some kind of actors that even worsen situations by introducing intermediaries that would be hardening investigations, that would be kind of making difficult to investigate and understand how or what was the path the attack was coming from, and maybe not only that, but also to do the final attribution to some maybe cozy bears or to some other APT groups that are around. So when we look into cyber hybrid domain challenges, usually we have to somehow think in terms of how we can split these crimes or these kind of digital activities. When we talk about machine-to-machine activities or cyber incidents, and the assumption is usually that machine is, in a broad sense, it's a technology that has some digital dimension. So, for example, a machine could be just a regular computer, mobile phone we used to have, or we are knowing what it is a mobile phone, it's a fully fledged computer, or it could be IoT device at home, or kind of it could be even a full factory completely digitized. So it is already known that if we have a machine-to-machine, we have firewalls, we have some technology to protect us. We know the realm of viruses, malware, exploits. We know how to deal with it. We always notice if there is some kind of deviant behavior, deviant in quotes, it's because, you know, when we talk about the machines, it is somehow deviates from the general behavior, and then you can see that, okay, something happened to my machine, it is not responding, or something happened, this machine is broken. It was the same with attacks on Ukraine's infrastructure, energy infrastructure, when people noticed that, okay, the mouse was started moving. You are not moving the mouse, but the mouse is moving. So it means you could easily say, okay, then there is some kind of machine-to-machine interaction. It is very easy to look and detect it from the global even perspective, and to respond from the global perspective. When we talk about machine-to-machine, it's easy, but when we talk about machine-to-human and human to the machine, usually we are really in some kind of having a hybrid situation. And most of the time, machine to human is associated data leaks or some kind of loss of integrity of personal data, identity thefts, or it could be even command and controls where human is controlling some machine, or the machine that is controlled by some human is controlling some other machine. So it means we have some situations where we have a transitive behavior of machine to human inner workings. The impact is so immense that in many cases, impact it could be on human life, and it is no joke. It is really what you see in Ukraine, that you not only it's not only enough to destroy physically. You can do some switch off power supply. A lot of people will suffer. The hospitals will suffer. Water will not be delivered to people, or to general population. It means there are some life support systems that are maintained by machines, maintained by the digital interfaces, maintained by digital computers. Before, when we talk about life support system or critical infrastructure to the society, we have to be very, very cautious, and then we have to have really a lot of expertise on how to analyze, how to protect it, how to work with it. So the third part, if we scale up a bit, so we have machine to machine, machine to human, but if we put it into perspective, what aggressors of Ukraine are doing, basically we have machine, human to the machine. So there are some humans behind of all the atrocities. And these machines that are manned by humans, they use arbitrary sequence of machine human, or it could be a whole bunch of people, like advanced group of those who like hackers. They would make an impact to the machine that at the end will make impact to the human. Before, when you look into threat on the massive scale, it could be that, and there are some observations from the global watchers, that Russia is sponsoring advanced persistent threat groups. They call it APT, APT 28, APT 29. You can look up on the internet, and you will find that some of them are having really Russia's funding that was really introducing some malware, introducing some of the kind of vulnerabilities, exploitations in situations where people not only lose their money, but also they could lose their life. So therefore, the timely detection and development of responsive strategies, it is very, very important when we talk about a massive scale of machine, human, and human to the machine and arbitrary sequence. Before, when we impact of the behavior of population is also an important issue to notice, and it is recently already understood by the global society that manipulation of information, manipulation of what is given on the internet, it can be done, and it is also manipulated by humans. So now the question is, how do we get back to those who did it? And it is not an easy task, and I bet this is not the easy task, not only from the legal perspective, but also from the technological perspective. As at the spear of everything, humans, but not machines, are instigators and initiators, and it is one of the things to do. And no computer can work on its own without a human. Well, we can say that artificial intelligence is good enough, it can do it. No, not yet. It means we have to find those who did it. I think this is very, very important, to have investigations and find those who are initiators of those cyber attacks, and not only cyber attacks, but also conventional attacks. Technology and humans are vehicles for cyber incidents. So it means that there are some humans that are willingly or unwillingly, or due to some neglect of services, they just helped unknowingly. Their computers unknowingly helped to do certain attacks. So we have to also investigate whether it is the case. And also, we have to somehow make sure that humans as targets and victims, they are victims. Those who are on the other side, those who fall in the situation of no water, no electricity, no help from medical support, then to help them and put it into the perspective means that we have to. Then we start talking. We spend a lot of time about humans as victims today, and also we should somehow find a way and good way and find all the resources needed to find those humans that are instigators and initiators with the technology involved. So ways to respond. So since the time is running out, so the ways to respond is basically, there are two perspectives I would suggest. So one perspective is to look from person perspective or from the organizational perspective. So just very low level perspective from what I can do. Better digital competencies. Each of those who are in the country, in Ukraine, in Lithuania, in UK, no matter where you are, better digital competencies, better you secure your digital assets. No matter what company you are, big or small, more competencies you have, better software you use, better technology you involve, safer you are. Development of robust systems and recovery mitigation plans. It is also one way of finding, do I know how to recover after something happened? Do I know what will happen if I have to recover from the backup? Or are there any mitigation plans for organization? For example, if there is a cyber attack, do we have some mitigation plan? Shall we disconnect from the internet, or shall we migrate to, I don't know, to United States, the whole virtual machine? Maybe that could be a solution to run mirror machines that would run in parallel. And also, from the perspective of a personal organization, better digital forensics, better digital forensic abilities to investigate, abilities to know how and why it happened, then I think it is safer. The other perspective would be a bit higher perspective. It is national perspective or country-wise or even a region-wise. So better cross-border collaboration or on international platforms, the country will be better on and kind of receiving help from other partners. That would be for surely guaranteed if, for example, something happened to you, you know that you would like to have some software, but you don't have it at hand. Maybe you would like to learn from someone about it. Then if you have a partner, if you have a colleague, if you have a collaborator, it's much better and it's much easier to do that. Also, interoperability of frameworks, of legal frameworks, it is very much important. For example, the European Union has now NIS2 directive for to increase security of all networks and information security. Better the country is integrated into legislative frameworks, having a collaboration frameworks to other countries, better you will be. Also, focus on organizational regulation of critical infrastructure is one of very much important also aspects, because if there is a digital cyber attack, so we're talking about not a conventional attack, but cyber attack, critical infrastructure, if it is protected, or digital assets, if they are protected, then you have one has to have some kind of regulation for digital asset management or critical infrastructure management, and keep it in a very high level so that it would be crucial for a future to withstand any cyber attack. Also, digital governmental services, for example, getting some services running in parallel, as Estonians did, and some other countries, they have some digital services that run in parallel, not in the same country. So we run certain cloud infrastructures that are running virtual machines that will be used in case of to load balance, and in a critical situation, it will act as a contingency plan. Also, collective defense. So that's what I would call it is very much and designing and participating in collective defense mechanisms or collective education mechanisms. It is very much important for any country to go for. And also the most important at the end, if we want to find those who are doing these incidents, we have to have a prosecution of crimes and inevitability of punishment to those who did it. And from my perspective, that would be kind of the most important ways to look from, even we talk about the digital or hybrid situations where people are involved through the digital twins. Okay, ačiū, dėkui, thank you. So questions, and I'm gladly answer. Of course, it's a bit different presentation from what I've heard today, because you are all legal people. I am a bit from computer science. Thank you.
That's really not a problem, dear Linas. Thank you really for your contribution in this interdisciplinary perspective. And now I understand it's already late afternoon and we are approaching the end of the conference, and let us still concentrate on a short discussion, because I have questions, and the first one goes for Vitaly Gutnik. So dear professor, I just had the question for you. First of all, many thanks for interesting presentation. And then could you please tell us what mechanism for bringing the perpetrators to justice is preferable in your opinion?
Thanks for the question. In my opinion, should we use both mechanisms? First of all, the mechanism of permanent international criminal court, and in the same time, second mechanism, we need to establish some new ad hoc international tribunal, and explain why we need both mechanisms, to use both mechanisms. So first of all, the permanent international criminal court does not cover jurisdiction for crime of aggression. For this reason, we need to create some new tribunal, international mixed tribunal. And second reason why we need some additional tribunal to International Criminal Court, because International Criminal Court as usually prosecute only highest officials, and if we will take into consideration practice of the ICC, we can find that it could be only 3 or 5 percent highest officials. And if we will compare with some ad hoc international tribunal, for example, in the ICTY, we can find that ICTY accused 161 persons. So for us, it will be better to use 2 types of that mechanism: permanent ICC, and to create some new international criminal tribunal that will prosecute crime of aggression and middle rank officials. Thanks.
Thank you, Vitaly. And, you know, there are really many alternatives and ideas. This is not diagnosis. These are mainly proposals, let us say, to interpret the uniting for peace resolution as wide as to try General Assembly's referral to ICC instead of Security Council, a very revolutionary idea, or perhaps making that gap, which was left intentional. I mean that for the crime of aggression, we have a little bit, you know, different requirements for jurisdiction, for the basis of jurisdiction. So perhaps these should be made, again, the same as for crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the genocide. So many ideas. And thank you once more. The next question goes to Mr. Irmantas Mikelionis, who is still with us, and thank you for being this afternoon. The question is the following: could you please tell us more about Lithuanian legal framework which would enable domestic trials for international crimes? What about matters concerning extradition? Is it treaty necessary to enable that? Would you please comment?
Yes, very brief comments. Lithuania is a EU member state, so we have in general the similar legal framework regarding the criminal process. So as I mentioned in my presentation, so we have all legal preconditions to prosecute suspect persons despite any nationality for committing of crimes and crimes against humanity. So, but the most effective process, according to my opinion, is process in absentia. So to wait extradition suspect persons from Russia, Belarus is impossible at this moment, and it is difficult to say when Russia, Belarus will start to cooperate with us. So the process in absentia is more effective from my point of view, and in our legal framework we have all legal preconditions to conduct such process. And we have, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have a very good example. It's a crime against Lithuania committed in 1991. So we prosecuted persons in absentia, so we have a final court decision, and we have Russian citizens who were sentenced for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So, and of course, extradition is an issue for Lithuania as for other countries. It's an obvious situation.
Thank you, dear Irmantas. Of course, the same issues about immunities, about trials in absentia, about extradition. So the resolutions of international organizations call for tribunal, call for an urgent need of establishment, but again there is a threat of remaining it more a symbolic perhaps value, because the physical arrest and again extradition transfer is among those things to discuss. Not all panelists are able to be until the very end, but I see that Linas is still with us. Dear Linas, you know, I recalled it was some group Anonymous, yes, who started a cyber war against Russia. Any comments from your side? Any cyber attacks in support for Ukraine happened during the last year?
Yeah, so this is very interesting question, because there were some calls from Anonymous perspective saying that please download, start active attack digitally to refer to Russia's sites. And that would be very easy to do, because you just, with a click of a button, you download some software that installs and runs it. And then the biggest issue here, and I was clearly saying as a warning, even to other people, saying that please, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do it, because you might end up first of all, you will notify. First of all, you do a legal thing, because according to our legislation, you cannot do it. If you do it, then still you get unnoticed. The enemy will notice, because probably the IP address will be written that you were coming from. So it means you don't have means of protecting yourself. And also there were some people who were running it. I know because I got some messages saying that, oh, our infrastructure went down as soon as we run it. Yes, because not all infrastructures can do it. And therefore, it is really, really important not to shoot into the leg of your own organization or of your own country, because your own organization might be using certain protection even, you know, inside, or your organization could use some border things to control whether you can do cyber attacks to outside. So before, when Anonymous started, you know, calling for this, I would not recommend, and once again would not recommend to do for non-professional and non-trained, and for those who not know what they are doing. The only thing it is what I would also comes back to my mind about Anonymous is that Anonymous, we have an attribution to Anonymous groups leaks, data leaks of Russian companies, governmental organizations. And I closely followed it, and these leaks, they were kind of producing some, you know, general data pieces, like, you know, documents, emails, private information, also some communications. It is a bit, the value of this is not clear yet, because we're not done a lot of investigations on what was the value of these leaks. So it would be interesting to see if better value, or kind of value to help Ukraine, was there any value to that?
Thank you, dear Linas. And so, approaching to the end, I'm just checking if we have more questions, and really now there is a minute just to concentrate, and I really would give the floor to anyone for the final comment from his or her side, if any would like to take the floor, and then I will try to wrap up with our main findings from the first and the second sessions. And so just really now it's possibility to share your final thoughts, perhaps especially our Ukrainian colleagues. I believe that, well, this day I was so much anxious about possible problems with electricity supply, or perhaps attacks, and they said to me, just keep calm, we have generators, we are used to that, everything will be fine. So really I admire your bravery and how you continue working. So I believe that this date for you means many special things, more than from the rest of us. Yeah, so
Can I
yeah, I see the hand of Vitaly. Dear Vitaly, please proceed.
Thank you, Andrea. Actually, first of all, thanks for you, thanks for Thomas and all organization team who organize of nice conference. You know, always we are feeling that we are not alone, that we have nice friends from outside, from different countries, especially for me. I feeling support from Lithuania. Maybe that I spent 1 year of my life in Lithuania, in Vilnius, and that country the best for me. And actually, we received a lot of new information where it was very interesting. As for me, it will be some new direction to my research, some scientific idea. I will rethink during consideration that your presentation, and actually it was great honor for me to participate in this conference. So actual way for you, for use.
Dear Vitaly, I should take example and learn Ukrainian, so you are fluent in Lithuanian. Thank you for that. And I have two more hands. It's well, people who
ladies first.
And also Igor, so dear Mikhailo and also dear Lana, I just felt like I was communicating with the good friends in organizing this event. So apologize for giving the floor for, let us say, Lana first.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say thank you for organizing this conference. All the presentations were absolutely outstanding. Linus, you gave me a lot of thought. You kept me wondering. I'm not familiar with cyber attacks, but you really made me wonder about, you know, investigating and prosecuting such cyber attacks as either war crimes or crimes against humanity. This is outside my area of expertise, but your presentation really made me think about these issues. I don't want to say much else other than thank you, Indra, for organizing this excellent event. I just want to make a wish that next year we will be talking about, you know, the war, and we will be reflecting on a war that has ended and that has come to an end. So this is my sincere hope. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Alana. This was also the thoughts that I had in my head throughout that month of organizing, that no other anniversary except that of victory of Ukraine and realization of justice. Dear Mikhailo, thank you for cooperation for so many years and for being with us. And we exchanged our, you know, wish that perhaps we soon meet not merely online, and that you are allowed to live under normal, usual conditions in Ukraine. And dear Mikhailo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Indra. Thank you. And today we have in Ukraine a Safety Day because of our conference, but it's only a little joke because, of course, international legal order has revealed many flaws, but there are many opportunities, as Indra told us in your speech. We have to turn crises into opportunities, and we new opportunities open up through the common values, common actions, common thoughts of states, of civil society. And really, our conference, it was shown in our conference. Thank you very much. And I would like to support the word of Professor Davulis that Indra is outstanding organizer. It's, I think, Helena support me that Indra is a main coordinator of our consortium, of our conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Indra. Thank you, Elena, and of course we welcome you to Lviv, in peaceful Lviv, in nearest time for offline meetings. Thank you very much. Welcome. See you.
Thank you, dear Mikhailo. And without you also, Elena, I would not have managed. But I have still hand of Igor. Dear Igor, we also communicated mostly about our doctoral student. I had such a pleasure to have Olga here in Vilnius, and finally we met here. So just a few sentences to...
Yes, actually I have thought about this too. Dear Indra, dear colleagues, many thanks for everything. Many thanks for this idea. And so now we can see the fantastic realization of idea of such important conference. You see, it is a good possibility to say this feedback. If we see to the conference agenda, everybody can analyze, and I'm sure to agree that it is not only big formal work, because the list of participants is really very, very important. You have find possibilities to invite the best practitioners, lawyers, politicians, and scientific of your university, of your country, and it mirrors, I think, this position of Lithuania during this whole year. This country, your country, help us, support us so much as a real friend, as a real relative. I think it is my opinion. We have a very good relation with Vilnius University. We have a double degree master program. It is for me also very symbolically, because I have a several year as position as one of coordinators, and now have possibility to for conversation, for participation in such event with colleagues online. I hope that we will have a lot of possibilities to meet in real life, as in Lithuania, the same as in our beautiful city of Lviv, and separate many thanks for real supporting our students, our master students, and our PhD students. Thank you, colleagues. Because of your support, we can make more. We can be also, I think, better. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all nice words. I recall Professor Davulis used to say, we will do more, we will do better, and let this also apply to Ukraine. So now I have a really great honor and also responsibility to wrap up, first of all, the context that we have been discussing. So the reality this year of the war in Ukraine, that we even did not call it because it's a little bit unusual war. We used to say aggression for many months. And after being a little bit frozen, perhaps lost at the very first day, the international community started with action, and we were afraid that someone will offer a negotiation, and US even offered a ride for Mr. Zelensky, but he replied that this is not what I need weapons, and this message remains also very strong today. This thing, this brevity, determination to fight is untouchable, and it also paved way to what we have now. And so many things happened, and we still should acknowledge that the movement in support of Ukraine was unprecedented in terms of the support for ICC investigation, in terms of joint participation before the International Court of Justice at The Hague, in terms of the work done in collecting evidence and prosecution done by our prosecutors, and also all lawyers, experts, and academics. Our knowledge, sharing it is necessary, and I acknowledge the great work of Ukrainians in this war. And of course, we were shocked by tragic events, including Irpin, Bucha, and we watched the humanitarian catastrophes. We also remember the huge flows of people, same as us, who just one day were at the need to, in 10 minutes, to leave their homes. And so you also remember that a week or several days ago, the US president was walking in Kyiv in Ukraine, which was really in support of the position to stand with Ukraine, to supply with arms, and this is a crucial and everlasting message. We can also remember nuclear threats. We remember that once the war was on the edge of becoming a nuclear war, the war that should not be started because there would be no winners in such case. And we also remember that while Russia was losing on the battlefield, it tried other strategies, including the puppet state regimes, the so-called referendums. But we know that exenuria used non-ornitur, and we know that there is no legal consequences arising out of that. And we also remember the calls for closing skies, for support. Now we speak about tanks, German tanks. We speak about jet planes, and also the membership in NATO was also an issue. Now we stay with the path to the European Union. And we also calculated that on the battlefield, what matters is not the size of Russia, it's not the number of troops, but it's the determination, because Ukrainians are on their land and they are fighting for their relatives, for their families. And these issues we are trying to address in legal terms. So in the first part about international organization, we had a great introduction of our ambassador, Vaidotas Verba, who really sacrificed an important meeting in order to be with us and left us with open thoughts about the membership, whether expulsion from international organization is always the only way, or should we think about the reality of some kind of cooperation, as nowadays Ukrainians may even not think of any negotiation, because this is not a state which knows what negotiation should be under international law. And we also heard a great presentation of Professor Mikevich about the great reforms, Ukrainian reforms, constitutional reforms as regards minorities, money laundering, and the great work done in approaching that EU membership. And again, Rona Smith gave us a very splendid presentation on the different mechanisms of the monitoring bodies, because really we had different frameworks, missions, reports on those cruelties, the numbers which were established, and then we had the overview of Lithuania's participation in different legal frameworks from our Vice Minister of Justice, Gabija Grigaitė-Daugirdę. And of course, Ihor Zeman also addressed crucial things about aggression, about the role of the General Assembly, and the lessons from the party that I strongly share with. And Elena, as always, presented us a very exhaustive insight on the countermeasures, and there are really so many things to be considered. So we, of course, know that Ukraine is an injured state, but how to, address those inherent problems in the structure of public international law. And we shared the thought that we have to be careful in, again, presenting those creating new precedents. And here in the second part, so we mainly dealt with the sharing of work in collecting evidence, intelligence and also translation and other type of effort needed in this situation, that our prosecutors are involved. And thanks for the presentation for Ms. Šnekita Daugelienė, the Vice President of Eurojust, and our prosecutor Irmantas Mikelionis. And many thanks for Vitaly Gutnik for addressing the prospects of criminal justice, including the International Criminal Court, problems, difficulties, sometimes slow procedures, also problem of extradition, transfer of those convicted to be convicted of the crimes. Tanya, thank you for addressing those most cruel crimes against infrastructure, civil infrastructure, because electricity supply in winter is itself a very strong weapon. In addition to the cyber attacks that we also had, because it's hybrid war, it's propaganda war, and it's war of information, but not machines but humans generate those attacks, and the victims again are humans. So just as my very final words, may I share the Ukraine, the UN and the history's greatest broken promise. So this is one among the articles that I've read, and some thoughts meaningful that, at the heart of the promise made in the UN Charter was the idea that countries must work together to avoid war, and we will witness that this is actually at stake. And it is possible, no more than that, that the crisis in Ukraine becomes one of those moments where the high stakes of conflict create a genuine moment of international reflection and generate momentum for change. So let us hope for that. Let us hope that our next events, if any, would be, and I hope that we have them, but only on the issues of the positive precedents that we achieved and the victory of justice, of human rights, the rule of law. And finally, I would like to thank the Dean of the Law Faculty, Associate Professor Haroldas Šinkūnas, for being for me support and inspiration in organizing these events, my colleague who were responsible for thank you for patience in waiting for questions in Slido platform, and also designing the program, our conference agenda, and also Urte for communication, and again for our colleagues in Ivano Franko National University of Lviv, and also the Newcastle University, Newcastle Law School. But what matters is Ukraine, and I saying goodbye to everyone, and we stay with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you.